guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we've still got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thank Chris and goodness sake, we got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey, gouger. Yeah, come on back, Tex. You clean clear the flag town. Let it roll. You got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. On this overnight drive.
Let's hear it for the big moose.
You got the one big moose on the loose. I'm southbound and down.
There he is. Oh, that put a smile on my face. I like that. I like it. He said it's a rough draft. I like it. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. Really makes this Detroit come to life. Thank you to the big moose. And he said, if you like it, I'll take it in the studio and do it up. Okay. Hey, if you got the time, brother, I love it. That's awesome. This overnight drive. It's our own official theme song. Are you with me? All right, welcome in, welcome aboard. Great way to start things off here on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. There you go. What'll it be? Here, 26th day of January. You know, as far as road conditions are concerned, most of the country should be a pretty decent night tonight. Now, we are looking at a little winter disturbance A little bit of snow breaking out. Santa Fe, New Mexico. You may be seeing a little bit of snow moving in. As a matter of fact, we got some winter storm warnings for that region in particular. It's not a broad area, but we zoom in a little bit, see what they're saying there. Winter storm warning until 11 a.m. Mountain Time Wednesday. Wow, look at some of these numbers. Heavy snow. Total accumulations between 3 and 7 inches. Yeah, the heavier activity will likely impact the Interstate 25 corridor in western San Miguel County. Visibility occasionally reduced to a quarter mile or less in some of that heavy snow. So roads, especially bridges and overpasses, will become slick and hazardous. All right, so a broader area where we're talking the Texas Panhandle region all the way down into actually west central Texas, good portion of northeastern New Mexico and even southeastern New Mexico. Winter weather advisories, so lighter accumulations. I'll take a little closer look here. What are they talking about there? Parts of Colorado. All right, generally 1 to 3 inches. Local amounts may be around 4 inches. Southern and southwestern Texas Panhandle region, the western Oklahoma Panhandle, and all of the Texas Panhandle with the exception of Lipscomb County. Now, that's a winter weather advisory that's in place till 5 o'clock Central Time Wednesday afternoon. Plan on slippery road conditions. So again, just seeing the beginning of that system coming together there. Meanwhile, most of the country's looking good. You got to get down into some sprinkles in southern Georgia. We've seen a lot of rain traversing the Sunshine State. So tonight, some shower activity from Jacksonville. Back over, some rain in Tampa. You get into portions of southern Florida from Port St. Lucie on the east to Cape Coral on the left. Lines of fairly heavy rain. Boy, then there's plenty of moisture going to be streaming into southern Florida from Key West to Miami as we make our way through the overnight hours. All right, as we get things started here, forecasters keeping a close watch on a major winter storm expected to take shape along the eastern seaboard coming up this weekend. More and more the models are coming together. New England most likely to bear the brunt of the storm. Parts of the eastern Carolinas and major cities in the mid-Atlantic could, at the very least, feel a glancing blow from the storm. System is expected to rapidly intensify off the Atlantic coast, packing a lot of snow and wind on the backside of the storm. According to AccuWeather, this could be a huge snowstorm for New England, adding that the threat for 6 inches or more increases for locations further north along the eastern seaboard. New England facing the highest threat, and that includes other hazards on top of the snow. Every indication continues to point that this storm's going to deepen and strengthen off the southern Atlantic coast late this week, intensifying enough between Friday and Saturday to be classified as a bomb cyclone, bombogenesis. Now, this is the time of year it's pretty much prime time for snowstorms in the coastal Northeast. Now, at least parts of New England is likely to have a major snowfall by way of a powerful nor'easter. Forecasters still closely monitoring the storm's potential path and how close it will hug the coast. That's going to, as we've been saying the last several nights, that'll have a big impact on who actually sees heavy snow. A storm track 50 miles further east versus 50 miles further west will have a significant impact on who sees what. Storm could produce winds frequently gusting 40 to 60 miles per hour or greater, especially in the coastal areas. Now, the exact track of the storm is not only going to determine which parts of New England will be buried under a foot or more of snow, but also whether parts of the mid-Atlantic could end up with some of that heavy snow, or it could actually just be dry, cold winds from the backside of the storm. All right, we broke down the varying 50-mile-per-hour track and what that would mean along the East Coast. But travel conditions may become treacherous as early as Friday night from the mid-Atlantic into southern New England, with those deteriorating conditions spreading north through New England into Atlantic Canada by Saturday. Travel could become impossible in some areas. Forecasters say it may take a while for conditions to improve. Travel may still be difficult or even impossible come Sunday in the wake of this storm, depending on the amount of snow that falls and the ongoing blowing and drifting of snow that's going to slow down the cleanup in the aftermath of the storm. So if you live in or are planning to travel through the mid-Atlantic this weekend, you're being urged by meteorologists to keep a close eye on the forecast, which could very well change in the coming days. It's expected this storm will aim for the North Carolina coast and the Virginia Capes Friday night before spreading northward early on Saturday. Now, some snow could fall on eastern areas of the Carolinas. That's going to, again, depend on the precise track of the storm as it forms near the southern Atlantic coast this weekend. While a lot of attention may be on where the heaviest snow falls on Saturday, forecasters also warn one of the contributing factors that will allow this storm to form near the coast could cause some headaches further north on Friday. The cold front that the coastal storm will eventually form along will spread some generally light but accumulating snow across portions of the east during the day Friday. So we could be talking some slippery roads for interior portions of the Northeast into the Ohio Valley and the Appalachians. That may catch some people off guard the day before the big storm. Nashville and Atlanta even face a small chance of some light accumulation of snow Thursday night into Friday as the jet stream begins to bulge in the east. So undoubtedly, flight delays, flight cancellations, all those impacts, and of course, ground transportation will all be impacted. Now, in the immediate wake of the storm, here we go, another blast of Arctic air is going to sweep across the east, which could cause additional impacts, rapid freeze-up, wet or slushy surfaces. And they're talking this time around, this next blast of Arctic air may sweep into the deep southern portions of the country. We're talking the potential for another frost or freeze for areas as far south as Florida, and maybe even deeper than our last shot of Arctic air. How deep is the cold going to drop? Well, we're going to see temperatures nosediving as far south, they tell us, as Cuba and the Bahamas. How cold might it get in the deep? Yeah, that's unusual. So we'll break those forecasts down for you. Again, coming up on the backside of this next weekend storm system. Of course, we're just rolling into the early hours of a Wednesday, midweek coming on. Hello to the legendary Big Moose. He was on board out of the box there. How about, so I guess you got to hear that little introduction there, Moose. Thank you so much. Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Looks like, let's see. James checking in from Woodstock, Georgia, 39 degrees there. I also noticed gas here went up between 20 and 25 cents a gallon overnight. Thank you so much, Mr. Biden. Hello to Pappy out there on a cold night, 12 degrees in western Hamilton County here in Ohio. Just a tad bit nippy out here. No doubt, yes, in the teens. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, and a shout-out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Hammer down for the Tar Heel. All right, Yogi Bear, check it in. Yeah, it's a wet night in Florida. Everybody be safe out there. Better keep the shutters closed and afloat a little K1 in the tanks tonight. That's from the Big Moose, because we've got 9 degrees here at the 1020. Everybody keep it between the spotted and the solid and do it like Pruitt used to do it. There you go. Yeah. Hope you're treating that fuel. Anti-gel time. again, as the case was 24 hours ago, we are looking at those wind chill advisories widespread through eastern North Dakota, much of Minnesota, north central and northeastern Iowa again tonight. Those are actually wind chill warnings, not advisories, a much broader area, but they're wind chills 35 below zero there in parts of Iowa. Let me scroll on down to the weather service out of Des Moines. Yeah, for the wind chill warning, dangerously cold, chills as low as 35 below. For the areas in the wind chill advisory, wind chills as low as 25 below zero. Now, areas further north, like I said, up in eastern North Dakota, parts of Minnesota, they're again looking at wind chills approaching 35 to 40 below once again tonight. So bundle up out there. Hey, we'll see. We'll check in with some of our other listening friends coming up here, but I look up at the screen, and is that our old buddy Ricky Roadway?
That's me. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing just fine, trying to find a way to stay warm up here. How about you?
We're supposed to get down close to 20 below zero, and then the wind chill factor between 35 and 40 below. So I sure am missing Florida.
I mean to tell you. Now, are you still up there in Dubuque?
Yep. Yeah, we're still in Dubuque. We're here permanently now, but we've had a kind of a mild winter as far as snowfall. We've only had just, here in Dubuque, we've only got about 3 or 4 snowfalls, and it was only just maybe about 2-3 inches at a time. But the cold, it's just something fierce.
Bone chilling. Yep. I'm looking at like 18 outside the studio door here. It says 14 at the airport. So you got us beat by a good 25, 35 degrees lower than that. Brr.
When I moved back here it'll be 4 years, I guess now in April or May, I told everybody in Dubuque, I said it'd be a cold day in hell when I moved back to Iowa. Well, 3 years ago, it got down to 50 below, and we had it snowed in the feet instead of inches. And I told them all, I said, that's on me.
That's your fault. Yep, you spoke too soon, didn't you?
Yeah. But, down in North Florida where I live, Tallahassee area, why they've been posting on Facebook there that it's 30 degrees down there. And I thought, oh, you poor people, I feel sorry for you,
So how's things going with your little weekend? I believe it or not, I tuned in briefly this past morning, and you're starting things out over the weekend with a little Leroy Van Dyke and Walk On By. So still doing your thing there on Saturdays?
Yeah, I'm hoping to do one this Saturday, but I got my grandson's birthday, so I don't know whether I'll get it in or not. But I try and do it every Saturday about 1:30 in the afternoon Dubuque time. And they can always, people can always watch it later, go back and watch it later.
Sure.
It's on my Facebook page. So, but yeah, I enjoy it. I don't have the band anymore, and people really like it. So I thought, well, what the heck, I'll keep doing it because, it's, with all the stars the old stars are dying, my hero, Stonewall Jackson passing and them there like that. And it's just, it's heartbreaking sometimes. So I try and do what I can do to keep it going.
Yeah, we lost, what was it, Ralph Emery weekend before this past from the Grand Ole Opry. I guess there's a voice that he played all those old time hits for many, many years.
You know what his theme song was?
I do not. What was it?
Rose City Chimes. And I used to listen to him back when I drove for John Amos Meats back in the late 60s, early 70s. And we listened to him between him and Charlie Douglas. Then we picked up some guy out of Cincinnati. I forget what his name was.
I hear you. Yes, indeed. Well, do you ever talk to Freddie the freeloader? You know, he's still kicking. He's still got a heartbeat, as he says. You ever get to check in with him?
No, I haven't. I haven't caught up with any of them old roadway drivers anymore since I retired. I've been retired now. It'll be 19 years in April.
Wow. Well,
And,
boy, oh boy. Just, I mean, it seems like yesterday Freddie would be calling in to harass you, old Ricky Roadway there in Dubuque.
Yeah, he'd drop trailers off at Dubuque and hey, Ricky Roadway, how you doing? You know,
Yeah.
Oh, Freddie, what's happening? You know, because he came out of Rock Island, and he's quite an old boy, and well, I kind of miss it a little bit, but I don't miss it now. This weather, I'm glad to be inside, but yeah, we're still doing what we're doing, a little at a time. The wife and I, we've been kind of hunkering down in the house. So, but I just wanted to give you a shout, say hey, and let you know I'm still floating around.
I appreciate it. It's great to hear your voice, and we'll tune in here and there when we're at it. Like I said, if you can't catch it live on Saturday, you've always got the replay there, and I'll have to share the link to that again for the friends out there that may have not caught you the last time you checked in.
Yeah, I got quite a few people that checked in with me, and I appreciate that. It's Richard Rick Tittle on the Facebook.
Yes, sir.
We'll let you go and catch you later there, buddy. Have a good evening.
All
Stay
right.
warm.
Find a way to, exactly. Find a way to stay warm there. 30 below wind chills. I hate wintertime. You know, I did see his last post here just a couple of hours ago, which he was kind of mentioning to us here. He said, to all my Florida friends, if you think it's cold there, try being here at minus 20 tonight. And that is the actual air temperature. That does not include the wind chill. It could be in the 35 to 40 below range. Wow. Yeah, I'm ready for spring. How about you? Our number, 844-844-3388. There's Tank checking in, morning from New Mexico. Happy Hump Day. Cloudy, 40 degrees here. Headed back east toward the home 20. Everybody, trucks safe. Have a great day. Morning, Steve, from Joe. All the overnight drive crew. A cool night in Winchester, Virginia, going down to 17 degrees and 6 degrees tomorrow night. Single digits. It's clear and a little breezy, but everybody have a safe night. Hello to Double R. You've crossed my mind several times in recent days and I haven't heard from you in a while. Double R. Hope everything's going okay. Everybody have a safe, good night, good morning, whatever the case would be. Richard's on board from Central Florida, where it's 52 degrees, and yes, the heat is on. Mr. Q listening in tonight. There's Bama checking in from Walnut, Mississippi. Heading back to Alabama after checking out the so-called discount rates for hotels in Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show. I decided to do something I've never done before by actually booking an Airbnb for $64 a night, and it's less than 5 minutes from the Expo Center. So what are you telling me that the so-called discount rates aren't really a discount? Yes. Yeah, for those big events like the Mid-America or any of the tractor, truck and tractor expos and the big events down there in Louisville, obviously the Derby, they jack those hotel rates up to the maximum. What is it? What do they call it now? Used to be the Executive West. I can't even remember the name of it now. The hotel right across from the Expo Center, and they jack things up to like close to $300 a night for a room, and then they try to tell you a minimum of like a 3-night stay. So I mean, they just soak you for the Mid-America Truck Show. No, I've had friends on many occasions over the years that have. One way they've waited till the last minute and still been able to come down on, say, rather than Thursday for the first day of the show, they'll come down Friday and get a room for Friday night. It's kind of hit and miss. At the same time, you You see people up there at the counter trying to get a room, and it's like, nope, we're sold out. So if you can, you definitely want to get on things. I mean, it's already, we're into the tail end of January, and the Mid-America is March 24th through the 26th. It's just around the corner. Finding those rooms are probably already getting a little more difficult there, especially if you're going to try to stay close to the Expo Center. Now, I also know people that go on into downtown Louisville and stay at some of the hotels there. Of course, you've always got the nightlife down there. What is that? The Fifth Street Live or something they call it, which I've only been down there one or two times over all the years that we've been going to Louisville. But the one thing you never know about what the weather's going to be. Late March, it may be beautiful, 70 degrees during the day, and good, cool evenings, upper 50s, lower 60s to get out there and enjoy some of the live entertainment. There downtown, but at the same time, it could be snowing. It's snowing, and wind chills of 20 degrees, and you don't want to be outside walking around in those kind of temperatures. But again, it's like shooting craps. You never know. Hello to Deborah checking in. Morning, Steve. It's going to get really cold here in Indiana this morning. I did know that you were in YouTube jail there last week. So, all right, everybody be safe, stay warm, especially my special truck driver. All right, quick timeout. And again, as we roll into a Wednesday, our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, all those comments from listening friends, everybody jumps on board right out of the box. And for all those I've already said hello to, that was like the first 2 minutes of the show. So I hadn't even got down to folks saying, hey, I love that new song. Santa Claus checking in. Hey there. Hello, Steve. I like the new song. Lori says, wow, I love it. There's Hillbilly Tex. I like that new song. Let's see. There's Raymond Douglas. Good morning, Steve. It's on the very cool side in Massachusetts. I'm headed to Springfield to deliver in the morning. Everybody stay warm out there. Joe says, hey, very cool intro there. Morning, Steve, and all your listeners. Julio here at the Home 20, trying to get used to not being on the road. Be safe, everybody. Godspeed. All right, John, what's happening? Steve, 24 degrees in Franklin, Kentucky tonight. Heading to Columbia, Tennessee for a noon delivery. Yeah, I like that tune. Catchy tune there. Everybody have a good night. Buster Brown. Hey, Steve, I like the Big Moose song. Have a great show. Tank says, great job, Moose. Pappy says, I like it. Johnny Cash Reborn. You know, as I did indeed detect a bit of Johnny Cash in there, and when the whole hotshot secret in the diesel really makes that Detroit come to life, I was thinking a little along the lines of Dave Dudley there. That's what I detected. Hello to Rockpick Morning, Steve, and the truckers, third shift workers, and all of our insomniacs out there. 16 degrees, cloudy, feels like 5 here in Rochester, New York tonight. There's Lori said, morning, Steve. We've got 13 degrees here in Buffalo, New York. Hello to Just Teach this morning. Man, is there anything Big Moose can't do? That was pretty cool. I want to touch the hem of his garment. Just Teach, that's classic. Hello to Daniel. Good morning. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Northern Kentucky. On my alternate day tonight, going to Louisville for my first and maybe only load, if I can help it. Anyway, got dry roads, but 18 degrees right now. Moose, that sounded good. Larry Vaughn on board. Afternoon, everybody. Hammer down. Be safe. All right, top of the morning, Steve, from Santa Claus, where it's 48 degrees in Wasco, California. Headed to Davis Monthan Air Force Base. I've got my coworker, Steve, on my front door. Yeah, going to do some overnight desert driving tonight. All right, so you'll be tuned in. We'll try to keep you awake and rolling out there through the desert. Hello to Table Scraps. Yeah, 21 degrees in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Hey there, Steve. Where can we find info on who Hotshot Secret sponsors in the diesel racing scene? I need to hop up the old pickup a little bit, so yeah, I have a great show tonight. All right, yeah, well, boy, HotshotSecret.com. I know they've always got obviously Firepunk Diesel, the Diesel Army folks that are part of that, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of Hotshot's Secret sponsored diesel racers that I'm not even familiar with. Yeah, Kyle could lead you in the right direction there because he's the one that's kind of in charge of all that. Yeah, the racing stuff. All right, now see, he may be even tuned in here. Maybe you can send us a link. You never know. Kyle may be or maybe not with us. Hello to the Michigan Madman, all the drivers out there. Hello to you to Steve Sommers. Good to have you on board. Marianne is with us. What a great song, Steve. Wow. We've got 2 below here in Beloit. I'm fueling at the Love's truck stop on our way to Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. All right, one more Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, where it's still 37 degrees here. Just wanted to know from the vast audience out there if I'm better going across 70 to Denver, then up to Cheyenne, then take 80 to Salt Lake City, or 70 to Kansas City, then up 29 to 80. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I would like to stay out of the bad stuff if possible. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, Buckeye Boy, we'll try to get you a heads up. Yeah, we do have some of that weather out there. We were talking about parts of Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico. So, all right, I don't know, maybe that more northerly route would be better. All right, news break here as we roll into a Wednesday hump day. Get to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
New questions are being asked about what American scientists and federal health officials knew about the origins of the coronavirus. The questions also point to whether conflicting evidence was suppressed and hidden from the public. On Tuesday night's episode of Special Report with Brett Baer, Fox News dove into the early days of the coronavirus pandemic and explored documents obtained showing that Dr. Anthony Fauci received early warnings that the virus may have originated in a Wuhan, China lab. Among other things, the report shows Fauci's National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases had been indirectly funding the Wuhan lab. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced on Twitter she'll seek re-election.
We don't agonize, we organize. And that is why I am running for re-election to Congress and respectfully seek your support.
Pelosi turns 82 in March. This is USA Radio News.
Is your business struggling to get clients? Are you looking to save money on your marketing budget? Look no further than BC Media and Associates. BC Media and Associates is a full-service advertising agency that offers the lowest rates possible for primetime radio, TV, OTT, and billboard marketing. Call now to find out how you can get a free week of advertising. 855-959-2288. That's 855-959-2288. BC Media and Associates has over 20 years' experience of helping businesses like yours run successful and profitable marketing campaigns. Whether you're a small local company, regional or national company, the team at BC Media and Associates has the expertise to get the results that your business needs. Call BC Media and Associates today to find out how you can get a free week of advertising. Restrictions apply. 855-959-2288. 855-959-2288. That's 855-959-2288. Or visit them online at bcmediaassociates.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Too Tall checking in. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Have a good, safe night out there. I'll see Brian checking in. Hope all is well. Hey, since they're mandating the jab for truckers crossing the border, you think they're doing the same for those illegals that are continuing to flood the southern border? Well, I can answer that question. No, they're offering the jab, but not mandating the jab. It's the way it's been, the status quo. Anyways, it'd be safe overnight drive nation. Hello to Gerald. Have you heard the Kid Rock song about masks and Joe Biden? No, Gerald, I have not heard that. I'll have to do a little search there. Kid Rock, huh? That's probably pretty good. Big Red is on board. Hello, Steve. Glad to see and hear you. Big Red. Big Red, man, it's been a long time. Maybe you can dial us up here on the new platform. If that's the same Big Red, it's 844-844-3388. Carolina Monkey Gouger, 3-time champion meat hauler in the house. A shout out to Lauren Weiss. Sylvester's on board. Hey, folks, it's a stunning 79 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia, as we are celebrating Australia Day. This is the day we celebrate the landing of the British at Sydney Cove. All right, enjoy the celebrations there. Kentucky Ken is on board, morning to overnight drive, and our great host, Steve Summers, picking up a load in Meridian, Mississippi, then headed to Georgetown, Kentucky, and then it's off to Louisville. All right, they got you busy. Kentucky Ken, be safe out there. Hello to Matt, headed to Waterloo, Indiana. We've got 5 degrees here in Wapakoneta. Danny, oh boy. A.K.A. Night Moves, freezing my tush off here in Minnesota. Hello to Heatwave, morning from the Hacienda in New Mexico. We've got a storm warning for I-40, expecting 3 to 5 inches here at the home 20, where we've got 29 degrees right now. Let's see, in Edgewood. Oh, and the Walmart at exit 187 on 40 is fully operational once again. Everybody stay safe out there. Hello to Mariano, morning Steve and the overnight crew. Rogers, Arkansas, we've got 22 degrees. And we appreciate all the truckers out there. All right, Curtis. Let's see, says YouTube is slow getting you on now. I'm like blind man. YouTube is easier, okay? Howdy, Steve, from, Gerald Ray's Music Entertainment. Checking in tonight from Dongola, Illinois. 19 outside. Everybody stay safe and let's truck. Hello to Bart Simpson and frosty 9 degrees here in Dayton. Good morning, Steve. Hello to all out there. Love your show. And Terry checking in from, 50 degrees in San Antone. We got a Laredo delivery for the morning there. And, there's Chevy guy said, hey, great song. Yeah, I like that. Thank you very much. Well, there he is. Your ears are burning. Hello, Double R.
Hello, my friend. How you doing?
I cannot complain. Right. Wouldn't do any good to complain anyway. I just... how have you guys been? You been staying COVID-free? You out there rolling, or are things quiet right now? Or anybody?
Yeah, Well, we're rolling. I guess I'm gonna end up having to break down and get the shot. General Motors and all your big three are telling us that there's vaccination crap, and so our dispatch, if you're not vaccinated, they're going to cut back on your dispatching, and you won't be able to get go to these big places and stuff like that. But
yeah.
Anita's already been vaccinated. She's up to date on everything, and of course I'm not going to do it. I'm just fine. I'm going to have to now. But anyhow, by the way, before my brain slips, that was a awesome song that Big Moose did. Great job.
Yep.
And it was good. I was listening to your music, that you originally had on there. Then all of a sudden I heard that, and I said to myself, what the hell? And then, I didn't know what was going on, so I thought I'd done screwed up, but that was great. That was really a good job.
I figured I threw everybody for a loop.
Oh, you did. And, we're just getting back in the swing there. Of course, you heard that we lost Anita's mother, and
yes,
that threw us down we were down for a month, and we're back out here, and if I may, I'd like to say a quick hello to Chevy Guy and Dave. Between Anita's mom and this damn truck breaking down, I'll tell you what, this has been crazy. So you guys been doing well?
Yeah, everybody just getting over the whole COVID thing. Princess is still feeling a little bit down, but she's doing better. Hers has been the whole. I mean, her lower back is hurt. Her lower back's been hurting horrifically, and she'll feel better, and then I guess she'll get up and maybe do a little too much on any given day, and then she'll be hurting real bad in the back again.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Mama and everybody's doing all right now, right?
Yeah, Mama's
bouncing back.
She's more like a cat. She spends more time in the bed than a damn cat does. But that's all she does.
Wow. So, anyhow, Steve, I'm not going to take too much of your time. I know I haven't called in, and I apologize, but we've got a lot of things going on.
Oh yeah, I understand. Absolutely.
I just want to say, I just want to say hello to everybody, and I'm glad you made that year. I wasn't able to call you in on the year, and I'm sorry for that, but happy anniversary, and we're out here listening to you, my friend, and hopefully we'll be out here a while, so you'll be hearing from us. You take care of yourself, right. And everybody truck safe tonight, and we love y'all, and you guys take care, buddy.
Thank you so much. Yep. Thank you. I know you're always out there. When you're on the road, I know you're out there listening. Been going through a lot, though. Yeah. Loss of the mother-in-law, and hello to Anita. She's probably snoozing right about now, but all right. Who we got? Rich checking in where we've got 1 below zero in Northeast Indiana. Brass monkey alert. I hear you. Let's see. Curtis says, hope one day you get back on terrestrial radio. You never know. Stay tuned. Let's see. Heavy Kevy, State Center, Iowa, -8. That's air temperature with the wind feels like 22 below zero. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Yes. Hello to Deranger there. It's got 45 in the Big D, Dallas, Texas. All right. Morning from Macon, Georgia. There's Dale, 50 degrees, a little bit of rain. Everybody truck them safe out there today. And Daniel said, I just went through Butte, Montana, where it's just 12 degrees. All right. We were talking about some of this bitterly cold. It's been sweeping into the northern and central portions of the country. Get ready in the deep south. Yeah, got some of this. I mean, it's not going to be 20 below, but it's going to be cold, especially for like Georgia and Florida standards. We'll give you the current breakdown just ahead. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, at this point in time, here's what they're telling us. A rapidly intensifying storm that's projected to pound parts of the eastern seaboard. Snow and wind over the weekend will also unleash some frigid air, sending temperatures nosediving as far south as Cuba and the Bahamas. Freezing temperatures could grip areas as far south as the Florida Everglades. Amid this bitter blast, we could be putting some records in jeopardy, according to forecasters with AccuWeather. Now, further to the north, those that will feel the effects of the storm will also endure icy air in the wake with dangerous consequences in some areas. Now, the second half of January has already delivered some waves of cold to the southeast. We've already seen a couple of frosty nights extending as far south as northern Florida. Freezing air will surge southward once again, but with even more ferocity than any previous cold blast thus far this year. In fact, temperatures could reach the lowest levels in years across parts of the southeast. The cold air settles into the southeast Friday night into Sunday over the weekend. Temperatures from Georgia to Mississippi to upstate South Carolina will slip into the 20s Friday night and be stuck in the 30s for daytime highs on Saturday. However, Saturday night is when the temperatures in most of the region will take the biggest plunge. Now, the daily record low for January 30th in Orlando, 31 degrees, set back in 1966. Low temperatures will at least challenge that reading by dawn Sunday in Orlando. Many outlying areas around the city may find themselves in the upper 20s. Now, yes, this can threaten much of the citrus crop in the region. Even Miami, Florida could have temperatures dropping into the 30s, threatening the record for January 30th, which was 39 degrees, also set on that date in 1966. Marathon, Florida, in the Florida Keys, may fall into the upper 40s Saturday night. Now, Marathon has only dropped below 50 degrees like 6 times in the last 10 years. Yeah, the most recent was January of 2020. Now, the cold won't stop there. It'll even make its way into parts of the Caribbean. High temperatures ranging from around 80 to 90 Friday across Cuba will be replaced with high temperatures in the 60s and lower 70s on Sunday. In Havana, Cuba's capital city, that lies along the northwest coast of the island, where the high will reach 79 Friday before dipping to like 65 Sunday. Back across the U.S. in areas that lie further north, the air will be even more bitter. Temperatures across much of Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas will crash into the teens. Now, the last time the temperature in Atlanta was below 20 degrees was January 18th of 2018. Even locales as far south as Tallahassee could flirt with temperatures in the upper teens Saturday night. Now, along with threatening cold-sensitive crops, temperatures plummeting this far below freezing could also cause pipes to freeze. Despite plenty of sunshine expected during the day Sunday, highs are still going to struggle to rebound. Orlando's forecast to be stuck maybe in the mid-50s for a high-temperature Sunday. Meanwhile, Miami may hit just barely 60 degrees, about 15 below the norm for both of those cities. Atlanta, Saturday forecast to be the coldest day of the weekend, with a high temperature failing to get out of the 30s. Normal high in Atlanta in late January is about 55 degrees. So this bitter cold following that coastal storm arriving across much of the East Coast Saturday night. Lows will be in the teens from New Jersey to much of the Carolinas. Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina could be nearly as cold as Philadelphia and New York City Saturday night. Temperatures crashing into the teens. Now, lows in the single digits will extend through much of the Appalachians up into New England, with temperatures plummeting below zero across interior portions of New England into New York. While not the coldest night of the year for most in terms of temperatures in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, winds could still be whipping around behind that departing storm, sending wind chill factors to dangerous levels for those who will be outside and not dressed properly. So there you go. Some areas in the Northeast, you'll have a mix of snow and rain that would cause wet, slushy areas, but the crashing temperatures Saturday night will cause those areas to rapidly freeze solid. And any areas where coastal flooding occurs in the Northeast, those flooded areas could also quickly turn icy. If you're looking for any good news for those not enjoying the cold weather, the Arctic burst won't last long. It may actually signal the end of the relatively cold stretch that the eastern U.S. has been enduring. Following the storm, as we flip the page over to February, we'll be looking for more rounds of warm air to begin surging north for the first part of February. Of course, you'll still have some cold shots here and there as the warm and cold are going to kind of swing back and forth, but we shouldn't see the sustained cold or widespread sub-zero temperatures like we've been looking at the last couple weeks of January. It sounds like this weekend, get ready, bundle up, even for those headed, if you have, weekend vacation plans to head down and see Mickey Mouse, you're going to have to bundle up. Yeah, and our friend Philip's going to have to break out the winter weather attire down there. What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Well, Steve, just rolling along here. The temperature done dropped about 30 degrees here in Keller, Texas. It's cold. I mean, it got cold. When the sun went down, it got cold. But I'm going to tell you something. Old Moose, he hit the nail right on the head, didn't he? That was a great song.
You like that? Yeah. You got a personal shout out in there. Of course, you'd like it. Ha.
Hey, ain't no shame in my game, buddy. But I tell you, man, he's written some songs in the last month or two. You know, he wrote The Legend of Tex and him and Tex taking a road trip. You know, and I mean that guy, it's just phenomenal what that man can do.
That's pretty funny. He sent me, let me flip over. He sent me an email, and let me scroll down and see if I could find that. What he actually initially said, he says, here you go, buddy. About a case and a half of Blatz later, I done writ you a proper theme song. Now, this is just a rough draft, but if y'all like it, I'll go to the studio and do it proper. Or y'all can have it and let somebody else record it. Well, hell no, Moose. That's the Moose. That's your song, brother. We want you to do it up.
That's right, man. I tell you, he's something else. I tell you, he's a good friend.
Yep.
I told him, I said, I buy you a case of Blatz. You put my name in that song. He said, I consider it done.
I'll be darned. There you go.
He sold out cheap, didn't he? So we know what we can get that song done for when he takes it in the studio.
Case of Blatz.
Just send a couple cases of them a couple of Skullbuster Blatz up there, and we'll have a song out of this world. But he got to get about 3 or 4 or 5, 6 or 7, 8, 9, 10 of them Blatz in him, and then he goes to flick it on that guitar.
Yep.
And he's hell on wheels, man. I tell you something, he's hell on wheels. But Steve, early tonight, you were talking about Louisville and the prices of the motels.
Yep.
Off that damn mind. You know, I mean, here it is, the biggest show coming to Louisville, and they're raping us on the motels. I mean, I'll probably glad to stay on the north end up there, out over there. They want 3 nights. I told them I ain't staying but 2. That's all I'm scheduled to be there. And I said, I got to, you know, I ain't going to get 3 years. She said, well, I had to talk to my manager. I said, well, talk to him. But
yeah.
I want you to listen to this. Last week when we was in the stockyard at Fort Worth, I got some connections over there, and I called her and asked if she'd get me some tickets for the stock show rodeo Saturday night. Oh, yeah, we'll have them at wheel calls. Just come by and pick them up. So I told Debbie, I said, well, Rick, we better start trying to find a motel. Well, that was the weekend. The stock show was going on. It was the kickoff for the Fort Worth, you know, the stockyard rodeo, and the Dallas Cowboys were all in town. And I didn't realize all this at the time. And I told Debbie, I said, I know there's 2 or 3 motels down there. We'll go down there and see if we can't get one. So we went to one motel there, and it kind of highfalutin, even when the prices wasn't high. I mean, it's like $200 a night, but you get to stay right in the old cowtown.
Yeah.
And walked in there, and I said, y'all got any rooms? Oh, yeah, we got vacancy. Said, you ain't gonna like the price, though. I said, well, what is it? $1,000 a night.
1,000? You gotta be kidding.
Oh, yeah. And it only gets better from there. We went to another motel that's pretty well known down there in the stockyard, the Droger Motel. Walked in there, you know, and they said, can we help you out? Yeah, we'd like a room tonight. Okay. Just start filling out the paperwork. I said, well, wait a minute. If I fill out this paperwork, I said, how much you charging a night? She said, $1,000 a night. I said, oh, no, I don't need to go to that rodeo that bad. So there was a Hyatt Regency right around the corner there in the stockyards, I said, Debbie, I stayed there before, and I said, they're pretty reasonable. I said, let's go over there and check them before we go over there to get the tickets. And she said, you think it's going to be any different? I said, I don't think that Hyatt's going to be gouging nobody. Walked in there, nice lady, nice gentleman in there, and walked in there, and they said, can you help you? Oh, yeah, we'd like to get a room tonight. Well, we got vacancy. Said, but you ain't gonna like the price. Well, what are we talking? She said $850 a night.
Wow.
I said, well, now I got one question. What's the rate gonna be tomorrow night, Sunday night? She said 125.
See, that's it. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, why everybody's trying to get out after this COVID and have a good time, and these SOBs are raping people to the end. I mean, I don't see no reason in it. And after what I found out up there in Louisville today, boy, I'll blow the damn gasket.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. What's the name of that? The one we stay at? It's Crown Plaza now, I think it is. Yeah, I mean, if those Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, they'll be like $300 a night. And if you go over there like Saturday afternoon after the show ends, you can get a room for like $75.
Yeah. And this one motel I stayed up there, it's right down the street from the truck show, and I've stayed there a lot, over the years. You know how many times I go up there.
Yep.
And I called and got a hold of the desk manager, and I knew her. Remember, they said, oh, yeah, I remember you, Jim. I said, you the one to give me that book. I said, that's right. I said, I need a room for Wednesday night, Thursday night. She said, you ain't going to like what I'm thinking to tell you. She quoted me the price, $300 a night. And I said, this is highway robbery. I said, all those truck drivers kept you people alive and surviving with food, medicine, and this is the way y'all gonna pay us back, screw us in the ground? She said, well, I'm sorry, but that's corporate. I said, well, let me ask you something. After the truck show's over, how much would your room be? She said, $72.
There you go. That's exactly what I was saying. That's it. I've got to get my news update. We're a little bit after the top of the first hour, but we'll be back in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Ukrainians are preparing for a worst-case scenario.
Ukrainian leaders Tuesday sought to reassure the nation that a feared invasion from neighboring Russia was not imminent, as another shipment of American military equipment arrived this morning. Canada has sent financial support to Ukraine to shore up its defenses. Ukraine's former ambassador to Canada, Andrei Shevchenko, tells CBC Canada his country is calm in making preparations for the worst outcome.
Territorial defense system, which is designed to absorb people, civilians who are ready to defend the country. So I think people are getting ready for different scenarios, and we are ready to fight for every house and every street if necessary.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Pfizer and BioNTech announced Tuesday they would test an Omicron-specific vaccine candidate in healthy adults ages 18 to 55. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441 or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced she'll seek re-election in this year's midterms. She addressed voters via Twitter.
We don't agonize, we organize. And that is why I am running for re-election to Congress and respectfully seek your support.
Pelosi will turn 82 in March. A New York City police officer gravely wounded in a Harlem shooting that took his partner's life has died of his injuries. Officer Wilbert Mora was 27. Mora and Officer Jason Rivera were fatally wounded Friday after they were called to a Harlem apartment by a woman who needed help with her adult son. The gunman was identified as LaShawn McNeil. Police say he threw open a bedroom door and shot the officers as they walked down a narrow hall. A third officer shot McNeil, who died Monday. Nancy Police, co-founder of her namesake pizza restaurants in Chicago, died Thursday at the age of 87. She and her husband created a stuffed pizza. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Unauthorized border crossings climbed 71% in Border Patrol's El Paso sector in the first quarter of fiscal 2022, compared to the same three-month period a year ago. In an article from the El Paso Times, U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just over 49,000 encounters in October through December in that sector. It includes West Texas and New Mexico. That's up from more than 28,000 in the first quarter of fiscal 2021. A study is in the books regarding COVID-19 and natural immunity.
Natural immunity to COVID-19 was far more effective against the Delta variant than vaccines alone, according to a recent CDC study. The study looked at COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations in California and New York between May and November of 2021, determining that numbers were highest among unvaccinated people who hadn't been previously diagnosed with the virus. By the week of October 3rd, the study said case rates were 29 times lower for unvaccinated Californians with a previous diagnosis. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Sean Payton, coach for the New Orleans Saints, is retiring. Payton informed the team on Tuesday he's leaving his first and only NFL coaching job. The Saints won the NFL title in 2009. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I gotta do it again.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've still got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thank Chris and goodness sake, we got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Yeah, come on back, Tex. You clean clear the flag down. Let her roll.
Let her roll.
You got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. On this overnight drive. You got the one big moose on the loose. I'm southbound and down. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Doing it like Pruitt used to do it. Isn't that what he says? I had to do it again because I know when we come on board, we're just getting things fired up at the midnight hour, and all these people out there that had tuned in at 10:15 after, and as the hour progressed, saying, "What are they talking about? What's this new song?" There you go. That's the big moose on the loose, doing it like Pruitt used to do it. And even got a shout out to the Carolina monkey gouger there. All right, welcome back.
I tell you what, man, that thing sounds better the second time. Maybe I need to play it the rest of the night. But Steve, I tell you, I'm just disappointed in the way that the people in Louisville are taking advantage of the truckers. I am just really disappointed in it. I could see, jacking it up $50, $75 or something, give us a little break, show us a little bit of appreciation. But anyway, we're gonna be there. If I had to sleep in the back of that Chevrolet pickup, I'll be there. But it's just really, really, really got me disappointed.
Yeah. Well, they always talk about, it's supply and demand. And supposedly when you go in your room, if you shut close your door, there's supposed to be a notice on the back of the door of what their allowable maximum price is. If it's anything higher than what's on the door, they're charging more than they're supposedly legally allowed to charge. But I know over there at the Crown Plaza, it shows their highest rate is $300 and some bucks a night.
Right. So they covering their butt,
Yep.
But anyway, that's about all I got. Oh, there was something else I was gonna bring up that Debbie brought up to me while we was on our road trip. We stopped at this truck stop, and we went in and was getting a drink and a nab and just something to munch on while we were traveling. And we got back in the car, and she said, "Jimmy, is there any American truck drivers driving now?"
Right.
I said, "Yeah." I said, "They far and few between," but I said, "You got to remember, you on the main route from the West Coast to the East Coast." And I said, "You're gonna see a lot of them funny names and them people with them swords on them trucks." She said, "Well, I've been looking at that, and I didn't realize it had got this bad." I said, "It's bad, baby." And the bad part about it is, I said half of them can't speak English and stuff, and carry on. And I said, it's a mess. It's a mess. I said, now you know why I want to get out of it so bad.
Yeah.
And she says, "Wait, go home and sell the truck." I said, "No, I didn't say I wanted to get out of it." I said, I told you I was going to work. I was 66 and a half, and that was when I was going to cash in. She said, "Okay." But that it shocked me that she picked up on it. It just kind of amazed me that, she noticed it.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're going to back on out of here and do it like Pruitt used to do it in the real Peterbilt and get on down the boulevard, brother.
All right. Be safe out there, Monkey Gouger. Good to hear from you once again. A story we've been following the last few nights. Yeah, from the weekend incident. I did the whole monkey incident. Yeah, the monkeys that were headed to a quarantine facility, 100 lab monkeys that crashed in Pennsylvania. Yeah, fears that the woman who stopped to help, concerns are that she's apparently caught some sort of an illness after one of the monkeys hissed in her face, where supposedly she now has some symptoms that she says are similar to COVID, and she's got apparently like pink eye. Her name is Michelle Fallon from Danville near Scranton. Yeah, she was the one driving directly behind the vehicle when it crashed, and it threw the crates all over the highway, and some were smashed into pieces. 3 of the monkeys escaped and went on the run. They were captured and euthanized. All the other monkeys who had arrived in the U.S. from Mauritius that morning, again, were en route to a lab. They've all been accounted for, but Fallon has now had her first in what will be a series of rabies shots, and she wrote about some of her symptoms on Facebook. And she also spoke to the Pennsylvania homepage that she's developed symptoms of pink eye, the inflammation or infection of the eyeball. She said, I was close to the monkeys. I touched the crates. I walked through their feces. So, yes, I was very close. So I called a helpline to inquire, am I safe? Now, because the monkey did hiss at me, and there was feces all around, and I did have an open cut, they wanted to take precautions. She said, she got out to help both the driver and the animals in the cages, initially thinking they were cats. Of course, after approaching and putting her hand on the cage, she said the monkey hissed at her. She may have got some spittle in her eye from the monkey. Now, she said the day following the accident, she suddenly developed a cough and the pink eye, which became so bad that she had to visit the emergency room at Geisinger Medical Center there in Danville. Infectious disease doctors gave her first of 4 rabies injections, along with some antiviral drugs. Now, she says she's monitoring for symptoms of rabies, as well as what they call monkey herpes virus B. What a day, she says. I tried to help out in an accident and was told there were cats in the crates. I go over to pet them to find out it's monkeys. Then I noticed there were 3 in each, with some of the crates completely broken, so I know some had gotten away. I came home to go to bed. My aunt ran out to speak to a news crew and found out not to get close to the monkey. Well, of course, I tried to pet one. I touched the crates, walked in the poop. I was told to meet the police at the scene to talk about the exposure. After speaking with the police, a woman from the Centers for Disease Control said, I'm getting a letter that I'm at a very low risk for I don't know what, but my symptoms are kind of like symptoms of COVID, like seriously, a day from hell. Again, all we know is she's been told to keep a close eye on her health for the next month in case she develops symptoms of any infectious disease as a result of being close to the monkeys. But I don't know, is it odd they're not saying anything about what it could be? Aside from possibly rabies or whatever monkey's herpes type B would be. I have no idea, but there's the update. Between Saturday, just being exposed, and in very short order, she was showing symptoms of something. Morning, Hillbilly Tex.
Good morning there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Sitting up here on exit 81 off the I-75 over here, tipping the hat and waving a hand to all my brother and sister truckers out there. Had a good little chat with Big Ed and Big Moose and Gouger and O'Shawn this evening. Before the show come on, we had a good time.
Good.
Big Ed, if you're still up and listening, I hope you have a safe 2 more trips and you'll be done with it, brother. Hats off to you.
He's counting down the days.
Gonna miss you out here.
I guess he's done at the end of the month, right?
Yeah. Well, he got 2 more loads to run and he'll be done with it. So, however long that takes him, but I just want to give a big shout out to Big Ed and I'm glad you're retiring. It's about time. Gouger, you keep doing what you do. And, hey, Big Moose, that's a great song, man. Bring it on. If you need to put it in the studio, we'll send you $1 or $2. That's a great song.
There you go.
I just tipping the hat and waving the hand to everybody over here on the big 7-5 north or southbound, whichever way you're going. I'm sitting here looking at you.
Well,
and y'all keep the sunny side up.
All right. Keep doing it like Pruitt used to do it there. Big hillbilly Tex. Almost got him Big Tex. All right, 23 past the hour, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, Deranger sent me a link out of Pennsylvania there. I guess PETA, the People for the Ethnic Treatment of Animals. Yeah, I had to get their 2 cents worth in. Had to issue a statement after the crash with involving the monkeys over the weekend, which states, because these 100 long-tailed Macau monkeys were headed to a laboratory to be caged, tormented, and killed, they were already in danger. But now the public is as well. The 4 who got away are undoubtedly terrified and likely injured and maybe harboring viruses that are transmissible to humans. There's no way to ensure that monkeys are virus-free. State veterinary and other records show monkeys in laboratories in the U.S. have been found with tuberculosis, Chagas disease, cholera, and the MRSA virus. The only way to ensure that pathogens do not jump from monkeys to humans is to stop importing, caging, and experimenting on these animals. Now, I think that statement was the day, like last Friday, when the crash initially occurred. Yeah, that 3 of the 4 were caught by Friday night. Saturday, there was still the one was still on the loose. And that's the one that they did eventually. Either they captured it. I didn't see anything about that one having been euthanized. I'm assuming that the three that initially were caught, they said were humanely euthanized. I'm guessing they were up in trees or whatever, and they were shot with the dart or whatever, to bring them down, euthanized in that fashion. But for what it's worth. Meanwhile, real quick, if you're a fan of orange juice, and this is prior to the big freeze, supposedly, that's coming on to Florida this upcoming weekend. From WFLA out of Tampa, this year, Florida's citrus forecast will hit a 75-year low, according to predictions from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, making it the lowest number of oranges grown in the state since the end of World War II. The USDA published their seasonal forecast for U.S. citrus January 14, where they reported the state would only grow about 44.5 million boxes of oranges, with about 90 oranges per box. Now, the last time the volume of fruit grown in Florida reached that level was the 1944-45 growing season, when the state produced 42.3 million boxes of oranges. Following the release of the citrus forecast, the Florida Department of Citrus released a statement on the state's production levels, which says the disappointment of another decline in the forecast is hard to overstate. But so too is the determination of Florida's citrus growers, who remain focused on delivering great-tasting, high-quality fruit while simultaneously seeking new solutions to citrus greening. The department also reported estimates for Florida's specialty citrus are also down 100,000 boxes, bringing the forecast to 800,000 boxes for the season. The orange growing season typically runs from fall to the end of spring, like October to July. Compared to last year's volume, the orange crop is expected to be about 8.3 million boxes short, spelling concern for the state's fruit economic impact, especially as orange prices rise due to the ongoing inflationary pressure. Florida's orange crops have been on a decline for 20 years, facing things like bacterial threats and other diseases impacting the orange groves, called citrus greening. Going back to 1998-99, that's growing season, Florida was reporting a decreased production of citrus. 1999, the report production citrus was down 18%, dropping from 303.9 million boxes to 248.8 million. The following season, production rebounded, but it didn't last. So I guess this is where we stand today. 2018-2019, orange production grew from 44.9 million to 71.75 million, but again declined by the end of the next season in 2020. Production decreases continued each year up to and including the current decline forecast for the 2021 to 22 season. So whatever the prices are, trying to recall. Wife was placing the order online via the Kroger app here a few days ago, and she held up. She had it was a gallon of one of the name. I can't remember if it was Tropicana or what type, but it was like $6.99 for a gallon of orange juice. Where will those prices go? All right, we got to get a news break in here. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back to your calls right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Violent crime is on the rise in big cities across the U.S., and Oregon Governor Kate Brown is using executive clemency to allow criminals to be released early from prison. Now Governor Brown is being sued by 2 district attorneys and the families of 3 murder victims. In Portland, police statistics show 85 homicides in 2021, up from 57 in 2020. There were 36 homicides in 2019 and 26 the year before that. Pfizer and BioNTech scientists are testing an Omicron-specific vaccine candidate in healthy adults ages 18 to 55. The company said there would be 3 trials examining different regimens of the current Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for an Omicron-based vaccine. Health officials have described the Omicron variant as fast-spreading, but with less severe symptoms. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I was a very young 13 at the time, but I remember it well. As yesterday, Tuesday, marked the 44th anniversary of the blizzard of 1978. Battering the Midwest and the Northeast, devastation to the state of Ohio. Early on January 26, which is today, would be the anniversary, closing schools, massive snow drifts, people without transportation, the wind chill. Temperatures hit minus 50 degrees and continued dropping throughout the day. The snow, which was difficult to measure at first, drifts reaching 15 to 25 feet, which the snow actually measured from 4.7 inches in Columbus, 6.9 in Cincinnati, 12.9 in Dayton. But major closures of interstates and highways, including Highway 475 near Toledo, which was shut down for 6 days. The entire length of the Ohio Turnpike was closed for the first time in history. That storm breaking more records, producing some of the lowest pressure readings ever recorded in the U.S. mainland, not associated with a hurricane. The most impressive record was Cleveland's record low pressure reading of 28.28 inches, which remains the lowest pressure ever recorded in Ohio and one of the lowest pressure readings on record within the mainland of the United States. Again, not associated with a hurricane. 51 deaths in Ohio, many of which were people without heat, heart attacks after shoveling the snow, and collapsing structures with the drifts. Overall, this blizzard kind of set the standard that all future winter storms to hit the region has been and will continue to be compared to. Yeah, we remember the blizzard of 78. Yes, indeed, I do. And I know Pappy remembers that date as well. What's going on, Pappy?
Hold on a second, Steve. Oh. Hold on, brother. All right, you got me?
Yeah. It's cold out there.
Man, it's cold out there. Daggone, Steve, I had to play firefighter. Drop a line and and water some grass, if you know what I'm saying. Man, oh, man. Steve, that thing shriveled up like a frightened turtle. Oh, my God. But, hey, listen, man. Hear me out here, all right?
Yeah.
All the big late night shows, right? Like Carson, right? Who did Carson? Carson had Doc, right? He had a band. Letterman had Paul, right? They all got bands, man. So how about the Steve Sommers, right, show with Big Moose and his orchestra? What do you think, man? Come on.
That works for me, yeah, sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
Listen, man, I play the drums, right? I'm a percussionist. It's been a while, but I play them.
Philip, man, I know he plays the guitar. He's a musician. All the band members could be listeners. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. It's a hit. We could knock out that side wall to the secret bunker, expand the studio. You know, I think it's a good idea, man. Big Moose and his orchestra. What do you think? This damn cold weather must be getting to me, Steve. I don't know.
Big Moose.
What's going on?
Big Moose in the overnight drive. What would we call him? The overnight drive something. Or we'll figure something out. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll let him dwell on that as he's remaking that lick for the show, right? Man, what's going on?
Not a whole lot. Trying to stay warm. I got the space heater fired up. Got the humidifier going. Trying to get some moisture in the air because, they say that if you've got moisture in the air, it feels a little bit warmer. I think that's true.
All right, 32 stop. Steve, I got 12 degrees.
Great, very 32.
Hang on, dispatcher trying to interrupt us. I got 12 degrees. I got 12 degrees on my cruise, and I'm sitting out here at Aston Oaks Golf Course out there in North Bend, close to the river, and 12 degrees, man. What'd you say it was up there earlier? 18?
I'm showing 16 now, and it's showing 11 at the airport. So, yep, you're right in between the two. So
yeah, yes, sir. But yeah, man, great tune. I didn't know Moose could sing like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Steve, he's got a voice, man.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I'm shocked, man. I had no clue. Well, maybe we could get. It could be Moose's orchestra. Well, if it's his orchestra, he's got to be the director. I was thinking maybe we get Tex up there to direct it. I don't know, but hey, listen real quick, and I'm gonna get off here, Steve. I'm not 100% sure that Russia's going to go into Ukraine, man. This could all just be a stunt by Putin. He could be thinking, man, Biden's weak. I'm going to show some force, and whatever I want to get out of the United States administration, I might be able to get out of them.
Yeah.
I don't know. He could just be, flexing his muscles just to get what he wants. I don't know particularly what he would want. I know he wants us to get some missiles. We got a couple areas over there. We keep some missiles and whatnot. He might be trying to get us to move some of them out or something. I don't know, but I don't know. So I think what Chevy guy was saying, man, he thinks that either before or during the Olympics they were going to go in.
Yeah. I mean, he was leaning. He's leaning toward China moving on Taiwan while the games are going because they would have potentially hostages there.
I don't know, Steve. Yeah, if that would happen, they'd probably snatch them people up over there, man. I don't, man. That would be one ballsy move. I can't see anything happening with Taiwan before or during the Olympics. I think that would be a stupid move on China's part.
Right.
But, hey, what do I know, man? I'm just a flatfoot, right? All right, buddy. I'm going to stay in this cruiser for a little longer and stay warm.
Warm it up.
Be safe out there.
Yeah, I guess you guys probably aren't doing a whole lot of routine traffic stops. Who wants to get out of the car and walk up to someone's damn window?
Steve, I stopped the car tonight, dude. This guy was in front of me. I'm going out 74 at the Whitewater Split there, 275. And the guy moved over because of the entrance ramp from 275 southbound, right? So he moved over, but there was a truck coming in off the ramp. So he cut back over in front of me. And no big deal. I knew what he was doing. It's no big deal. He kind of cut me off, but no big deal. And, man, next thing I know, he's hammered down. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? I'm like 95 miles an hour trying to catch up to him. And finally, screw it, man. He's almost at 100, man. I light him up, right? He turned me over, heads on. He pulls over. And Steve, man, it turns out he's like, hey, man, you live over on the street not too far from here. I'm like, man, how do you know that, right? And he goes, man, I deliver for DoorDash. Because when I asked him, man, what are you doing, man? He goes, I'm delivering for DoorDash. He goes, man, I think I delivered at your house. And when the daughter ordered some food, I said, man, did she tip you? And he goes, I don't know. And I reached in my pocket. All I had was a 20. So I gave him the 20, and I said, just keep it, man. You know, he goes, dude, you gave me a $20 tip. He said, I'll never forget you, man. I'm like, because there was a cruiser sitting in the driveway. You know, that's how he put two and two together.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you really owe me now because you're only going to get a warning. I'm not going to give you a ticket since you know where I live. I'm not going to burn my house. But,
oh, boy.
Yeah, man. So I did my warning stop for the night, and it is cold. It is cold. So, all right, brother, be safe, man.
That's got to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You get pulled over by a cop for doing somewhere close to 100 miles an hour, and you walk away, you drive away with a $20 tip. Oh, boy, that's unheard of. You know, but he brought up the whole Ukraine thing. And he may be right. Who knows? And even the leadership in Ukraine is kind of alluding to that. And let's see. Ukraine's national security secretary says Russia is benefiting from the internal destabilization being fueled by all this hysteria from the Biden administration as well as Britain and their partners. Today, according to all intelligence reports that coincide with those of the U.S., Britain, and other partners, internal destabilization is the number one issue. Without internal destabilization, the Russians have nothing to do here. They're betting on the issue of internal destabilization. Now, that message effectively denounces the Russian Federation efforts and urges the public to remain calm and don't panic over all this chatter that you're hearing. Danilov also denounced what he called panic devaluing of their currency that caused it to plunge, which negatively affects their economy. Ukrainians, the people, have to distinguish between information from fake news, which there is a lot of. Now, Ukraine's president even said, President Biden's minor incursion remark last week. I mean, this is overhyping Russian aggression that's been ongoing. It's nothing new. I mean, listen, didn't the invasion start in 2014? Has this threat of war just emerged now? No, these risks have existed for well over a year, and they haven't really increased. What has increased is all the hype around them. Zelensky also denounced the latest hype, which he said has effectively been more damaging than any imminent threat from Russia. All of our citizens, especially the elderly, need to understand this. Take a deep breath, calm down. To all the media out there, remain mass media, not sources of mass hysteria. In the pursuit of hype, don't help the enemy. Right? Reporting daily that war may start tomorrow. All these reports are not going to stop it. That coming from the leadership, the defense secretary and the president of Ukraine, and he's to some extent, he's right about the fact, how long have we been talking about Russia has amassed 100,000 troops along the border with Ukraine? It's not something that started here in the past few weeks. And I guess he's going back to 2014 when he's talking about Crimea. I mean, Sylvester brought that up last evening. This didn't just start recently. But why all of a sudden the hype that war is imminent? All right, 9 before the hour, and I don't have the answer to that question, but I wish I did. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, There's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we've all talked about the world's largest truck convoy. Going back for many, many years. Right now, the record held by the Mother's Day convoy there in Pennsylvania. That's the current world record. It may not stand. It may have already been broken. The Freedom Convoy headed from British Columbia to Ottawa, according to the Toronto Sun, is said to be considerably longer. Benjamin Ditcher, spokesman for the Freedom Convoy, said right now it's 70 kilometers long. I've seen the footage from an airplane. It is impressive. By later today, Wednesday, truckers hope to have taken their protest through to Manitoba and will make it to southern Ontario on Friday. Of course, the plans call for the convoy to arrive in Ottawa on Saturday for what's anticipated to be a massive protest. If it gets there on time and if the convoy holds together as it did in British Columbia, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, it could be 10 times larger than the world record. All right, so now they're trying to say the largest parade consisted of 480 trucks, and that was the one in Cairo, Egypt in 2020. That was overtaken by the Mother's Day convoy. I mean, there was another, record holder in the Netherlands. And Horse Feathers, I'm sure he knows those numbers off the top of his head. But it was well over 500 trucks. So somebody dug up some old information from the Toronto Sun. You need to update your Encyclopedia Britannica there, right? Now, there are estimates the Canadian convoy could comprise 50,000 trucks from the West, East, and even from the United States. It's difficult to speculate what's going to transpire in the days ahead. It appears Ottawa could be swamped with long-haul trucks on January 29, but with winter weather and potential issues, including possible roadblocks to snarl traffic snarls, only time will tell. Whatever happens, it will not be for a lack of support, though. Thousands of Canadians have lined the route cheering from overpasses, offers to feed drivers in their homes and restaurants. This is a demonstration that has become far bigger than anything the organizers had ever envisioned. Now, with that comes problems. Media reports said a GoFundMe account, which is approaching $5 million for the convoy, has now been frozen by GoFundMe. Now, fake news, says Dichter, whose name, along with another, is listed as an organizer. He said that's not true. A GoFundMe spokesman tells The Sun, "We are continuing to work directly with the organizer to gather information about how the funds are being distributed. This is part of our standard process to ensure the protection of all donors. Once a withdrawal plan is provided by the organizers, our team is on standby to safely, quickly deliver those funds." Organizers have said the raised money, far more than they ever anticipated, was to help with truckers' fuel, lodging, food costs. But it's never been about the money. With or without it, the convoy was going to roll forward anyway. Now, he said the two are the only two speaking on behalf of the Freedom Convoy. So when social media posts talk about insurrection or violence, it will be clear such agitators or saboteurs are not involved in organizing this peaceful, law-abiding demonstration. Like anything else, there are those always that try to hijack a cause. Yeah, the protest, Dichter said, is about lifting vaccine mandates for truckers at the U.S.-Canada border and other issues relating to the Canadian Charter and rights and freedoms, including forcing drivers to wear masks in trucks. For the public, though, the convoy has become a beacon of hope that overreaching COVID lockdowns, restrictions, and mandates will soon have to come to an end. But the government, the Liberal government, is standing firm. The government of Canada and the Canadian Trucking Alliance both agree that vaccination used in combination with preventative public health measures is the most effective tool to reduce the risk of COVID for Canadians and protect the public health. They issued a joint statement. This is really shaping up to be a big-time game of chicken. And yes, the World Convoy record may indeed fall as well. All right, Eagle, if you're hanging with us there, stick around. We'll get you coming up first out of the break, which we'll get our top-of-the-hour news update coming up just ahead here, which getting the very latest loaded in here, which meanwhile, here was the scoop of this past day as of 4 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. That GoFundMe account had reached $4,700,000. Again, initially this was about the cost of fuel and then food and maybe lodging to ease the pressures of this arduous task. But some of the recent reports circulating on the internet have claimed that the GoFundMe was frozen. Again, the spokesperson said that is not true. We require that fundraisers be transparent about the flow of funds and have a clear plan on how those funds are going to be spent, according to the Director of Communications for GoFundMe. The funds have not been frozen. Now, he says, right now we're working with the Finance Committee, organizing the logistics for our drivers as far as fuel, stops, hotel rooms, collecting registrations, and working with our Ground Zero team that are preparing there in Ottawa for the arrival. Now, these funds were initially intended to be distributed to the participating truck drivers directly, but that has indeed changed as GoFundMe plans to send the money directly to a bulk fuel supplier who will then provide the fuel to those participating drivers. And ultimately, they say any excess funds will be donated to a veterans organization. They did not yet mention a specific organization, but Yeah, when you start getting those kind of monies, $4.7 million, you can't just start throwing out cash. It's really going to be a difficult task to stay on top of who actually spent what and deserves what from the fund. But so it's all turned into a bit of confusion. But can you imagine that? How many people is it taken to raise that kind of money? Sounds to me like, whereas Justin Trudeau said, oh, it's no big deal, it's meaningless. This convoy is meaningless. Can't help but wonder what Saturday, the 29th, may mean in Ottawa. You'll be thinking meaningless the way it looks. Again, time will tell. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukrainians are preparing for a worst-case scenario.
Ukrainian leaders Tuesday sought to reassure the nation that a feared invasion from neighboring Russia was not imminent, as another shipment of American military equipment arrived this morning. Canada has sent financial support to Ukraine to shore up its defenses. Ukraine's former ambassador to Canada, Andrei Shevchenko, tells CBC Canada his country is calm in making preparations for the worst outcome.
Territorial defense system, which is designed to absorb people, civilians who are ready to defend the country. So I think people are getting ready for different scenarios, and we're ready to fight for every house and every street if necessary.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Pfizer and BioNTech announced Tuesday they would test an Omicron-specific vaccine candidate in healthy adults ages 18 to 55. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441, or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced she'll seek re-election in this year's midterms. She addressed voters via Twitter.
We don't agonize, we organize. And that is why I am running for re-election to Congress and respectfully seek your support.
Pelosi will turn 82 in March. A New York City police officer gravely wounded in a Harlem shooting that took his partner's life has died of his injuries. Officer Wilbert Mora was 27. Mora and Officer Jason Rivera were fatally wounded Friday after they were called to a Harlem apartment by a woman who needed help with her adult son. The gunman was identified as LaShawn McNeil. Police say he threw open a bedroom door and shot the officers as they walked down a narrow hall. A third officer shot McNeil, who died Monday. Nancy Police, co-founder of her namesake pizza restaurants in Chicago, died Thursday at the age of 87. She and her husband created a stuffed pizza. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Unauthorized border crossings climbed 71% in Border Patrol's El Paso sector in the first quarter of fiscal 2022, compared to the same three-month period a year ago. In an article from the El Paso Times, U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just over 49,000 encounters in October through December in that sector. It includes West Texas and New Mexico. That's up from more than 28,000 in the first quarter of fiscal 2021. A study is in the books regarding COVID-19 and natural immunity.
Natural immunity to COVID-19 was far more effective against the Delta variant than vaccines alone, according to a recent CDC study. The study looked at COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations in California and New York between May and November of 2021, determining that numbers were highest among unvaccinated people who hadn't been previously diagnosed with the virus. By the week of October 3rd, the study said case rates were 29 times lower for unvaccinated Californians with a previous diagnosis. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Sean Payton, coach for the New Orleans Saints, is retiring. Payton informed the team on Tuesday he's leaving his first and only NFL coaching job. The Saints won the NFL title in 2009. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, before we get back to the calls, let me grab a couple from the email bag here first. Let's see. Good morning, Steve. When I heard Big Moose sing that song, it almost brought tears to my eyes. I mean, you talk about loyal fans that you have. Well, I'm one of them. It's the best damn radio show. Thanks for all you do. And about the snowstorm, the blizzard of 78, I was on the Ohio Turnpike, headed eastbound that day. Had to pull into a rest area at the 100-mile marker, and I'll never forget it. I was there for about 24 hours. I had to turn around and ultimately go back to Detroit. Yes, what a mess it was. Anyway, great show tonight. Rob checking in, Steve, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but diesel fuel is over $4 a gallon now in Virginia. All right, no, I have not seen that. I'll do a double check. Scooters on board tonight. Steve, we're showing -1 here outside Anna, Ohio. Exit 99, I-75. Oh, and I loved that song by Big Moose. Here's an idea for you, Steve, from the Doughboy. Your band name is Big Moose and the Skullbusters. Hey, that has a ring to it. Big Moose and the Skullbusters. Couple of others quickly. Scarecrow checks in this morning, sends me a photograph from a snapshot of the dash. I'm at the 30-mile marker on Wisconsin I-90. He's showing -21. He says, I'm sure we'll be to -30 by the time the sun comes up. Wish you were here. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not. And high pressure pumping checking in. Morning Steve from Toledo, Ohio, doing a drop and hook. Right now, 11 degrees here. Headed for Terre Haute, Indiana, then home. Friday night, they're calling for -5 in Fort Wayne. Burr tossed another log on the fire. Anyway, gotta roll. Y'all keep eating those Oreos, and I'll keep hauling the flour. So be safe, everybody. All right, thanks to all the drivers out there and the listeners for what you do. Brain Dead is on board coming up here. Eagle, if he's hanging in there. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, what's happening, Eagle? Yes, sir. Happy hump day.
Okay, yeah, I'm still here. I'm down here at Texas right now. It's pretty cold out here right now. Where I'm at, the coldness got all the way down here to Texas, down in the San Antonio area where I'm at. Hey, let me start off by saying this right quick, Steve. I want to talk about the border situation, what's going on down in Texas border in Mexico. And then, but first I want to talk about what I was talking to you about the other night and phone cut out on me. That was the situation with the police that's going on in New York City, Steve. New York City is out of control. It's been out of control, you know, as far as crime goes. It's just like Chicago. But I don't know which one is the worst. Both of them are miserable places. I feel sorry for anybody who has to live in either one of those places, to be honest with you, Steve. I've been to both places, and it's like I say, I can't say on the radio what I think about Chicago or New York. So we'll just leave it at that. But anyway, Steve, like I understand today that another one of the police officers, there was 2 cops got shot.
Yep.
In New York City, in Harlem, New York, or whatever. 2 cops. One of the other cops passed away today. He tried to make it. He tried to make it the last couple of days, but things didn't work out. So he passed away. And they had another shooting in New York. A guy was gunned down in a hospital emergency room. They got it. I don't know why he got shot, but they got that on its own video. So New York City is out of control, and it's all because like you said, Steve, they're cutting back on police officers. They all over the country, the cities. You know, these people are too stupid to add 1 + 1 is 2. Steve, we've talked about this so many times. What did these people think was going to happen to the streets of America when you took the police off the streets? Are they that stupid to think that? So I guess if you take the police away, the crime will go away too, right? That's how stupid these people are, Steve. That's how much sense these people make. So now you're seeing the repercussions of these people's stupidity of trying to get rid of the law enforcement. Now you got crime out of control, you know, all over the United States of America. They couldn't understand why the crime rate, you know, they couldn't add that. They couldn't figure that out, Steve. You know, I don't know what these people be thinking about. They couldn't figure out if you take the police away, guess what? The crime rate goes up. But maybe these people are not as. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Maybe they are as stupid as they are, as I think they are. But you know, it's just a sad situation that we got going on, Steve. It's really in America, man. I hate to see these type of things going on in the United States because it shouldn't be this way. But unfortunately, we got people that either they don't care or they too stupid to care. That's all I can say about the whole deal. Now, let's move on to this other situation that I wanted to talk to you about tonight, and that was with this. I'll say something quick about the situation in Russia and the Ukraine. Like I said, Joe Biden, he can come up with all the threats he want to come up with Putin and these sanctions and all that. That Putin looks at those sanctions and laughs. Does Joe Biden really think that the United States is the only country that he can get things from, get food and water and medicine and other? Do you think some other country can't supply Russia with these things? So like I said, Putin laughs at that threat me, and the reason why he's laughing at it because he got his troops surrounding the whole country right now of Ukraine. It's just a matter of days before he moves in, and Joe Biden to be sitting in the White House looking stupid, just like he's been doing for the past year. He's not going to do absolutely nothing. So if anybody is dependent on good old Joe Biden to help out, come to the rescue, he sent 8,000 troops over there, and they're in a stand-down position, and that's exactly where they're going to be at, in a stand-down position, because I promise you, he ain't going to give them the go-ahead to do absolutely nothing, just like he did over there in Afghanistan. Now, let's talk about this situation here, Steve, with the coronavirus. Okay, this Omicron variant, it's spreading like wildfire, and now I understand they might have another variant that's just popped up. I think they claim it came out of, I don't know, Denmark or something. I heard on the radio. This new variant, I don't know what this deal is. It's just a matter of time before he makes his way into the United States of America, and we got something else to deal with. But yeah, this stuff here is spreading. It's the real deal, Steve. I think I might have had a little bit of it last week myself. The only thing I can tell people, you got to try to stay away from other people. If you don't want to wear a mask, then don't wear a mask. But that should keep your hands clean, and because this is the real deal here. And if you got a low immunity, it could put you in the hospital and cause you serious problems. You say you had a little bit of it yourself, and so it's definitely going around. And like I say, excuse me, they don't want people. They don't want people, talking about the different remedies and this and that. So I'm not going to talk about it either, unfortunately, Stephen. It's a shame that we've come to this point in America where we can't stop this thing from spreading like this because of people like Dr. Fauci. Something, Steve, that guy there. I'm glad that one guy from Kentucky. Whatever that senator's name is, the guy who always calls out Fauci. I'm glad that he does what he does with that guy. Because Fauci, this guy here, man, he ought to be ashamed of himself. And for him to be the highest paid employee of the United States, when he retires, it's a complete embarrassment. That guy, he doesn't deserve not one dime from the United States of America when he does decide to step down. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Appreciate you hanging in there. Then let me get down to Brain Dead checking in this morning. What's say, Brain Dead? Update.
Oh, not much. Yeah. Well, for you it is. For me and Dingbat it's not. It's our Tuesday.
Ah.
Yay. But let me say one thing real quick. If my buddy Fred from Saya is listening, thank you for the free cheeseburger. I left you the bill back at Wendy's. I guess we lost connection last night because I was at the yard dropping out about the whole move over thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed a lot of these guys that do this are foreigners. The ones from Canada, Mexico, the Punjabis, the ones from other country. I guess that they're programmed that get in the truck, step on the gas, step on the fuel, and don't let off no matter what. I mean, I've seen these guys, they'll literally park on the side of the interstate and go take a nap. I just saw one way out here by the White River Bridge. It's like they have to push that 11-hour clock no matter what. And, I'm not downing anybody on this on your show, but Gouger, I'm right there with you, buddy. I mean, I've been out here 23 years. I don't even think I'm going to make it 2 more. I've had enough, and it's getting worse and worse out here every day. The lack of courtesy and respect, and it's even boiling over into the cars. Like I said last night, the cars. It's just, I think we've become so me focused. I see these guys all the time. The accidents they post on Facebook where somebody got clipped by another truck, where the truck's on the side of the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the first thing somebody will always say? Well, why didn't the driver move over? Hello? The driver couldn't move over because nobody was courteous enough to look ahead, which is part of one of the Smith system techniques that our company teaches us to get over. But also being courteous enough to give them the chance to get by what's there. But I bet you these are the same people they say, hey, why didn't the driver should have moved over. I bet these are the same people that sit there and block them out. I wonder, if any of these guys are listening that intentionally block out another truck, do y'all find it funny? Do you get off doing this crap? I mean, honestly, because if we can't start banding together like these people in Canada, we're fixing to have mandated governors on these trucks. And they're coming sooner than later. I mean, see, since the ELD became mandated in 2017, have the crashes gone up or stayed the same or lowered before the ELD?
According to the statistics and the research, the numbers have gone up.
That's because the people are trying to beat the clock. I mean, I'm lucky that, I have this dedicated run, and I pull into the truck stop there in Brinkley every night. Nice big truck stop. And I'll be talking to Dingbat for a minute, and I'll say, you know what, I really miss being over the road. She'll say, hey, when you get home, do you want me to slap you or break my foot off in your butt? You're not going back on the road again, period. And it's like, wow, you know what? She's right. It is a total new, different world out here. And I hate to say this, Steve, I hate to see where this industry is heading in the next 5 to 10 years. And with that being said, Steve, I got to get into the yard here.
All right. Good to have you with us, and it's 22 past the hour. We'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, at least in this case, there was a positive outcome. Michigan State Police recently sharing a dash cam video featuring the rescue of a person from an apparent suicide by truck attempt. Yeah, we were talking about that just a few days ago. Yeah, video captured like 2 days after Christmas here, but according to the state police, a 22-year-old male who was sitting in the left lane of a busy roadway at night, rescued by a state trooper who pulled the man out of the path of an oncoming FedEx truck. State police say the man was taken to the hospital for a mental health evaluation. State police said this is another example of the many things troopers do. We remind people who are in crisis, or if you know someone that needs help, to please contact the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. 800-273-TALK. Of course, they've got the website as well, suicidepreventionlifeline.org. Now, Eagle mentioned, yes, the officer that was shot over the weekend, officer number 2 that was shot in New York, who did indeed pass away from his injuries this past day, 4 days after being shot. Spokesperson at the NYPD, the commissioner says Wilbert is a 3-times hero. First, for choosing a life of service, for sacrificing his life to protect others, and for giving life even in death through organ donation. Our heads are bowed, our hearts are heavy. He entered the police academy October of 2018. He was assigned to Harlem's 32nd precinct November of 2019. He had made 33 arrests in his career. But these two officers fatally wounded Friday, called to a Harlem apartment by a woman who said she needed help with her adult son. Kind of a domestic violence situation, domestic issue. The gunman threw open a bedroom door and shot both of the officers as they walked down a narrow hallway. There was a third officer on the scene who shot the gunman. The gunman, who 47, who died on Monday, apparently. So all three dead. And with that, back to the phones we go here. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. I guess we should start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Can you believe it's already hump day? Yes, it is.
Yeah. So anyways, when I kind of started this call, I wasn't sure what I was really going to talk about, but listening to a few things going on, I got a couple replies here for you, and maybe we'll hold off and touch on this whole Convoy deal at the very end here, if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
So the Russian deal over there. Do you think there's a certain amount of don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain? Do you think we're putting up a front? What else is there that Putin could be doing with Russia, the Soviet Union? What other things could be going on that he could be looking to capitalize on? That maybe he's putting up this front at the Ukraine to say, hey, watch over here, but don't pay attention to what I'm doing over there. So keep busy over here because we're going to keep you diverted, but I'm going to sneak some. I don't know. I'm thinking he's got something else in the works. And this is all just a big show of, going to be, let's see what we can do to make everybody think something's going on. And I kind of agree with the deal of the economic collapse. Well, what happens when the whole economy collapses and the people start starving? Are they going to stick with the Ukrainian government? Or are they going to say, hey, Mother Russia and Putin, can you help us out and give us some bread and water? I mean, do you think they'll be asking to go back into Russia? Possibly. I mean, if the Ukrainian government can't take care of their people. So anyways, I don't know. Food for thought. Just another way to look at it, maybe.
Yeah.
As far as what I don't know anything about Chicago. I can't really say. I've only been there one time in my life, and the damn L was in my way 4 times to try to get somewhere, and I was in my way twice to get out. So I don't know. I don't know what I can say about Chicago, but as far as New York go, I've been to New York. I've delivered to New York. I've lived within an hour of New York City. Spent a lot of time there. Spent a lot of time with the fire department there because I was in the volunteer service in upstate New York, and we did a lot of training with city firemen as well. And I spent time in the city with them, and that was all pre 9/11. I mean, it was in the 80s and 90s. The people in New York are good people. There's a bad crime element in New York. There's a bad political element in New York. If you go back to look at New York City and New York City issues from Rudy Giuliani to now, and even before Rudy Giuliani, if you look at what it was with Ed Koch and where the problems were and what happened with Rudy Giuliani coming in to clean up, and then where it's gone to now, you can pretty much go step by step what the problem is. But it's not just the fact of the lesser police. You have prosecutors, district attorneys that don't want to prosecute crimes. You have, people wanting to let everybody out of prison. What was the deal we just heard in Portland there about people that were let out of prison causing murders out there? So that it's not just the police, but it's certainly not the people of the cities. I mean, for the majority of the part of the people in the cities, they're good people and they live good lives, and they're good, hardworking people. there is a bad element, but there's a bad element everywhere.
I guess there's probably there. Yeah, are there any good people in Baltimore? Hey, aren't you from? You're right. Are there any good people in Chicago? Are there any good people in Portland? Sure. Pappy shared from the New York Post this past day, as a matter of fact. Yeah, well, Eagle brought up, what's going on in places like New York. And this is about the whole bail reform there. Jim Quinn says in the headline, here is the real cost in hard numbers of those disastrous bail reform laws. And New York's not the only one that's been doing this, changing the bail reform. If the city's crime rate in 2019 had stayed the same in 2020 and 2021, there would be today 301 more New Yorkers alive and 1,900 fewer shooting victims. What happened? Bail reform. The legislature passed the disastrous reforms in 2019. They went into effect January 1 of 2020, with the first effort to correct them taking effect that July 1. Be careful what you vote for, right? Well done, New York City. Keep on voting for this. Yeah, let them out of jail. That's a brilliant idea. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukrainians are preparing for a worst-case scenario.
Ukrainian leaders Tuesday sought to reassure the nation that a feared invasion from neighboring Russia was not imminent, as another shipment of American military equipment arrived this morning. Canada has sent financial support to Ukraine to shore up its defenses. Ukraine's former ambassador to Canada, Andrei Shevchenko, tells CBC Canada his country is calm in making preparations for the worst outcome.
Territorial defense system, which is designed to absorb people, civilians who are ready to defend the country. So I think people are getting ready for different scenarios, and we're ready to fight for every house and every street if necessary.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Pfizer and BioNTech announced Tuesday they would test an Omicron-specific vaccine candidate in healthy adults ages 18 to 55. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for Life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids, and don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, it is. And let's jump right back to the calls here. All right, get back and I know Horse Feathers had more, but yeah, where did you want to move to next? You want to touch on the Convoy thing? World's largest truck convoy. They got old information. It was the Netherlands at one point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was there. One more quick thing here. Brain Dead brought up the point of the vehicles on the shoulder not being able to get over and that. And you know, I said it the other night, and I'll say it again. If you're in a lane that you need to move over for and you don't have enough room to get by, it's not the responsibility of the other drivers to make room for you to get over. It's nice if they do, but you have to maintain what you have to do for your lane. So if you need to slow down, then slow down. And if you can't get by, then you have to stop even. I mean, you have to do what you have to do. You can't rely on other people to be out of your way and expect them to get out of your way. Now there's a lot of things we could do out here to help each other if we wanted to. I mean, I run down the road now with the Waze app on. I've been running down the road pretty much since you started the show because I got 2 devices, so I keep you on a tablet, which keeps you completely undercover when you're on. But I use my phone not only for my logging device because I have to have it secured in a mount, but I keep the Waze app up. So there's a way to put vehicles on shoulders and traffic and construction and construction and stuff like that. So you can actually see what's going on ahead of you, because a lot of time in traffic, you can't see around all these things called trucks.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see down the highway, especially when you get lots of trucks riding together. So you don't always know what's coming up. But it's your responsibility. Whatever your lane is that you're in is to be able to maintain your lane, as Moose says, and also be able to avoid what needs to be avoided. So, as you said, you're supposed to slow down at least 20 miles an hour. If you have to slow down more than that, you have to slow down more than that. But it's your responsibility in whatever lane you're in to be able to travel in that lane. So, but anyways, hey, with all that bad stuff, so the world's largest truck convoy right now in the Guinness records certified is the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, from 2017. It retook it from the Netherlands. The Netherlands had somewhere in the 400s, and they took it from the Make-A-Wish people in Lancaster that had somewhere, and I think they had like 290 or 300 at the time. The current record is right around the 600 mark. It was like 595 or 600 or 605. It was right there at 600 trucks. So here's the question: is, to begin with, it probably won't be a certified convoy, whatever it is. I mean, it'll be an uncertified convoy. So the actual, certified record will still stand probably with Make-A-Wish. With what they're doing, because Make-A-Wish went through a lot to make sure the Guinness people were there. I have a numbered Make-A-Wish sticker that was handed out on the day of the record-setting convoy. I mean, that was actually the first year of the convoy that I participated in, and so every truck was exclusively counted. So right now, I don't know what they have for a counting system or what they'll be able to do. I mean, if they can put something in place. But here's the next question for you. Do you want to try to keep these convoys so that what they're doing for representation isn't confused? I mean, is a protest convoy the same as a fundraising type convoy for either Make-A-Wish or Special Olympics or something like that? I mean, do you want to start intermixing all the convoys together for what they were? I mean, I'm not sure what the Netherlands was about, what they did for, how they got their convoy record. But I mean, the convoys for Special Olympics and Make-A-Wish and that, I mean, they're a special thing with a special feeling that once you participate in them, there's nothing that can, compare to that. It's very hard to try to find something to compare to the feeling you have of that day being there and what goes on that day. Not that this isn't very important up in Canada. I mean, I got full support for what they're doing up there. Don't get me wrong, but it's for a different cause, different reason. I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't want to make it so that it sounds like that a protest convoy would be more important than a charitable one, or a charitable one's more important than a protest one. But maybe they have to be distinguished between the two somehow if this is the case. I don't know. So it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, if they can put together 5,000 trucks, that's a lot, because I know right now talking in the works there. I know the Mannheim Auto Auction is considered the world's largest auto auction, and they did make mention that they were interested in having the world record holding convoy, the largest convoy, be from their location. So I don't know. It'll be an interesting play on how it goes here. So, anyways, what else we got going on? Anything fun? I got 25 degrees here at our nation's capital.
Yeah, I got 14 outside the bunker, 10 at the airport.
All right. But I guess I missed the first 45 minutes of the show or so I guess I'll have to go back on the podcast there and catch out what Moose had done for you.
I replayed that at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock. Did you not listen there either?
Nope. I was out in the process of getting loaded at that point.
All right, go back and take a listen.
Maybe
All right.
maybe if we replay it again there at that loneliest hour, maybe I'll be able to catch it then.
All right, we can do that. Yes, it's pretty good. Now he said this was just he sits down with his guitar and just starts plucking away, and I guess he had jotted down some lyrics or whatever. He said this is a rough draft. He said if you like it, I'll take it in the studio and make it sound good. I think it sounds great as it is, but I could only imagine if you add a few more instruments, a little steel guitar, it'd be pretty good. Or it'd be great.
I forget which one it is. I forget which one it is. I think it might be Bob Barker that's one of his biggest fans there at the house. I'm not sure, but anyways, that sounds good. I'm glad to hear he's doing that there. So anyways, I don't know. So I guess that's about what we got going for you tonight, and just looking forward. They're still wishy-washy on this storm on us, Steve. We're not sure.
Yeah.
They're talking about it just being out on the eastern shore maybe, but possibly coming in, but not sure. But it might. But we're definite possibility of a maybe of something going on. I don't know if you and the AccuWeather gods have any more update than that, but that's about the best we can get right now on our local.
I think right now you're looking at anywhere from 2 to 48 inches. All right, so that should cover you, right? Hey, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, right back to the phones we go here, and Rubber Duck, if he's hanging in there. Morning, what's going on, Rubber Duck? Hello, Rubber Duck. Hey, Mike, are we there, Rubber Duck?
Yeah, we're here. Are you there?
I got you. Yeah, what's happening?
Steve?
Yeah.
Sitting there watching TV, there's a story on abandoned spaces about Route 66. It's really, really interesting.
Huh.
But last week when I was going out west, early in the morning, Wednesday morning, I started to pass a military Convoy train, and it was one of the longest ones that I've seen post 9/11. And I thought for a little bit, why would the equipment that we supposedly abandoned in Afghanistan coming to the west in the middle of Wyoming? Now, with this Ukrainian thing going on, it makes a whole lot of sense, the equipment that I saw on that train.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of construction equipment and stuff like that. So it was something it's been planned before they just said, oh, we're going to do it now. I mean, they don't mobilize that much stuff overnight. It takes months and months and months of planning. I mean, before we went in the 90s into Iraq, or we were moving stuff for 6 months. So there was something to think about that I saw going down the road. But other than that, it just everybody stays healthy.
All right. Well, Rubber Duck, so you sitting at the home 20? Are you sitting in the bunk tonight, or?
Sitting home, it's holding at 7 degrees outside. They say we're going to have minus 20 wind chills and everything tomorrow up here off the lake. So.
Wow. Yep. It's a cold one. Yeah. Then get ready for the next shot over the weekend. Boy, oh boy, I'm ready for spring.
It finally stopped snowing this afternoon. I think that was so we've had about 10 inches of our lake effect snow. We finally got a reprieve, and the sun came out this afternoon. But it's lovely up here. Kind of missed Nashville a little bit, missed sitting in that traffic. We didn't have all this snow.
Gotta love old man winter. All right, Rubber Duck, have a good morning. Good to have you on board. Let me see. There's going to be a collision on the moon. Really? Apparently a 4-ton chunk of a SpaceX rocket is on a collision course with the moon, according to the online space junk trackers. The out-of-control booster was launched from Florida February of 2015 as part of the rocket firm's first interplanetary mission. According to Ars Technica, they say the Falcon 9 second stage completed a long burn of its engines before deploying the NOAA Deep Space Climate Observatory on a journey to a point more than 1 million kilometers from the Earth. But it did not have enough fuel left to take it back into Earth's atmosphere, which has left it on a chaotic orbit around the planet. Space trackers have now calculated the rocket's parts will intersect with the moon at 2.58 kilometers per second within a matter of weeks, they're saying right now. The impact is estimated to occur March the 4th, according to Bill Gray, who writes the popular Project Pluto software that tracks these near-Earth objects. Now, Gray says last week, this is the first unintentional case of space junk hitting the moon, of which I would be aware of. Now, the astronomer recently put a call out to other space watchers to make observations of the booster to help refine the calculations. They're hoping to nail down the exact time of the crash ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, it will not be possible to see the impact live, as the tumbling rocket part is expected to hit the moon's far side, the part that faces away from the Earth. Now, astronomers will have to rely on images snapped by satellites, including NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, to view the aftermath of the crash. Analyzing the resulting crater, scientists hope to observe some of the subsurface material ejected by the crash to shed, maybe some understanding of the moon's composition. Now we go back to the lacrosse mission back in 2009. NASA deliberately smashed a rocket booster into the moon in hopes of learning something about the debris that it left behind. Yeah, in essence, this is kind of a free lacrosse experiment, except we won't actually see the impact. All right, with that, we're looking at a few minutes before we'll be rolling toward news update, top of the hour, heading up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Chevy Guy, what's happening?
Hey, I want to make mention, the reason why I've been thinking about China's, using the athletes, as hostages. It's just because, it's a gift into their plan. We worry about the individual. They really don't. China, the communist leadership, communist China, they don't care about their own people. They'll weld them in if they don't get vax or whatever. They obviously are not embarrassed or ashamed of the Uyghur situation, i.e. Christians, that they've got concentration camps, and rumors of putting, taking body parts and selling them on the market, harvested these people. During the height of the COVID, there are stories come out where patients would be in a hospital and the Chinese doctor would say this when they go and make it. They put them in a body bag. They were still kicking and rolling them down to the incinerator. So I think, they wouldn't do such a thing. But really, they're not really worried about getting our respect. They want us to fear. They rule in fear, and that's what they want to do. So it's just like a gift, handing it to them. And all you need is to have the world leaderships to hold off 3 or 4 days worrying about these athletes, and in 4 days they should be able to take Taiwan. Along with that, remember, they've got the largest standing army. We can't compete them man for man. Largest standing army. And while they start that, all they got to do is rear up and all over. See, Africa is a continent. And then within that continent, you have many countries like we do our states.
Right.
And China's already got influence in all those different countries. All they got to do is start rearing up, and we've got troops there trying to keep the peace. So you understand they can break open everywhere. Along with the leader of Ukraine, don't worry, everything's fine. And then then they turn around and say, we got enough. We're going to defend house to house. That's a mixed message for them people. But here lately, I turned the TV on this morning, and it doesn't matter about the political prisoners, the 6th, and all this stuff they're attacking Trump with, and all the things that the Congress is breaking people's constitutional rights. They're violating all this stuff, which I hope now they're going to open up, look under the covers for executive privilege for Trump. They do it for Barack Obama and Eric Holder and Fast and Furious. But he's up there, Lindsey Graham's up there now, shouting out, and along with Mitch McConnell. We need to don't wait until they attack. Let's attack Russia now. Let's start doing it now. Let's go after, make them pay now. Not putting on all kinds of restrictions on Russia. Well, yeah, it is. I just don't trust Lindsey Graham at all. I have a funny feeling he's going to make a profit on it. Remember,
right? And
South Carolina.
with Russia, you got a buildup of troops, right? Technically, as a country, you're allowed to put troops anywhere you want. We can put our troops anywhere we want. If you haven't done anything to violate international law, and then you start throwing down sanctions, and they're talking about going back to the pipeline, which they just approved here under Biden to begin with, and other financial. That's really the kind of thing that's just going to piss Putin off even more, to say, you know what, screw them.
And listen to this. they're the third largest oil producing nation. All right, they're already talking about, and if you go after that, then fuel price is already high. Guess what? They could, we could see fuel prices go up that we never dreamed would go up to. So I don't, I'm sorry. I mean, if all he's doing is rattling his chain trying to get something, which I can't see he's not asking for nothing. He just wants us out of Ukraine, I guess. I
guess the only thing I know he's asked for, the only thing I know he said is that Ukraine not become a member of NATO. Now, that's the only demand that I've technically heard in the media, the news. I mean, how much do we get from them? How much do they actually even know? But all right, thank you much, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning. Got to get our news update here, hitting the midnight hour on the West Coast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
In a year where many Democrats are choosing to retire or not run for re-election, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced on Twitter she's throwing her hat in the ring again.
We don't agonize, we organize. And that is why I am running for re-election to Congress and respectfully seek your support.
Pelosi will turn 82 in March. The U.S. is prepared to impose export controls on critical sectors of the Russian economy if it invades Ukraine. President Joe Biden also discussed the 8,500 troops that are on high alert.
No reason for anyone and any member of NATO to worry whether or not NATO would come to their defense.
And the COVID-19 booster push in the U.S. is losing steam. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports 40% of fully vaccinated Americans have received a booster dose. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listener Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
A judge granted a stay in an appeal over mask mandates in New York, keeping the rule in effect during the legal process, according to the state attorney general. On Monday, a judge had struck down the state's mask mandate 1 week before it was due to expire. The state attorney general filed a motion to stay the ruling to put it on hold while the state filed a formal appeal. Pfizer and BioNTech announced Tuesday they would test an Omicron-specific vaccine candidate in healthy adults ages 18 to 55. The company said there would be 3 trials examining different regimens of the current Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for an Omicron-based vaccine. Health officials have described the Omicron variant as fast-spreading, but with less severe symptoms. Pencils down, so to speak. The SAT exam will move to a digital format. Administrators announced Tuesday test takers will now be allowed to use their own laptops or tablets. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Asian shares are mixed in muted trading, and many stayed on the sidelines ahead of a U.S. Federal Reserve meeting. That will indicate how aggressive it will be in fighting inflation. Japan's benchmark Nikkei 225 fell in morning trading, while shares gained in South Korea and China. Trading was closed in Australia for Australia Day. Stocks closed lower on Wall Street after another volatile day of trading. The city of Houston, Texas, is outraged over crime and the setting of low bonds.
Crime Stoppers of Houston claims more than 150 Harris County residents have been killed by suspects released on bond since 2018. Houston Councilman Michael Kobosh blames the judges who are giving affordable bonds to these offenders on Fox News.
The judges aren't taking in consideration the violent criminal history of these offenders, and they're releasing them back into the community on either an extremely low bond or a taxpayer-funded free bond without any supervision. They go right back into the community.
Harris County settling a lawsuit back in 2019 that accused the county of discriminating against poor defendants. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Nancy Police, co-founder of her namesake pizza restaurants in Chicago, died Thursday at the age of 87. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go, horse feathers.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've still got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thank Chris and goodness sake, we got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey, gouger. Yeah, come on back, Tex. You clear the flag down. Let her roll. You got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. On this overnight drive. You got the one big moose on the loose. I'm southbound and down. Bye-bye.
You like that? There you go. For anybody else that might have missed it. Rough draft, he called it. Got this overnight drive. Yeah, thank you much. All right, what else on the list here? Oh, she really did burst our bubble. I heard that in the news break there, top of the hour. So Nancy, she's not ready to give up. I mean, hell, she's going to be 82 in March. And she wants a 19th term in office. Someone asked the question last evening. Now that she's willing to talk about banning stock trades among members of the House and Senate, you think she might be up for term limits? Hell, I guess that answers that question. Nope. She's going to run again. 19th term. She also signaled she wants to continue leading her caucus. After earlier saying she was going to step down from leadership after 2022. Boy, oh boy. And so the first woman to serve as Speaker, she has been expected to step down. Obviously, as the party braces for a potential major loss in the midterm elections come November. So she sends out a tweet this past day which reads, quote, "While we have made progress, much more needs to be done to improve people's lives." You haven't done enough in the past 40 years, have you? This election is crucial, she says. Nothing less is at stake than our democracy. But we don't agonize, we organize. I am running for re-election to Congress to deliver for the people and defend democracy. Because that's what she's been doing so much over the past 40 years there. Defending democracy. All right. Like I said, popped our bubble. We were all just jumping for joy. The prospect of not having to listen to the old wicked witch of the West, losing her teeth, rattling off some drunken, misunderstandable anything. Meanwhile, the lineup for Saturday night's Save America rally in Texas, apparently it was released this past day. This is the next big Trump rally. The speakers list includes endorsed candidates, members of the Texas congressional delegation, and supporters of the MAGA and America First agenda. This will be taking place at the Montgomery County Fairgrounds. It will air live on Newsmax, starting with the pre-show at 6 p.m. Trump's expected to speak at about 8 o'clock in the evening Eastern Time. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, State Attorney General Ken Paxton, among those who will precede Trump on stage. Among some of the others billed to appear are the State Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller, State Republican Senator Don Buckingham, Montgomery County Judge Mark Keough, Gonzales Mayor Connie Kasser, and Texas Republican Chairman Matt Rinaldi. Buckingham, by the way, is running for Texas Land Commissioner. Trump issued a statement in his Save America Pact statement saying, really big crowd expected in Texas this weekend. The rallies are bigger than ever before. So much to talk about. Parking for the rally opens at 6 a.m. Doors open at 2 p.m. Speakers begin at 4 p.m. local time there in Texas. Obviously, Texas, the largest Republican-held state, trailing just California, who has 54 with 40 electoral college votes. Texas has been growing, actually gaining 2 electors for the 2024 presidential election. Many larger Democrat-led states have lost 1 elector, including California, Illinois, Michigan, New York, and Pennsylvania. Michigan and Pennsylvania figure to be key battlegrounds again for 24 as the so-called, what they call the Rust Belt Blue Wall states. All right, big rally this weekend in Texas. And with that, what's going on with the Knuckle Buster this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Shoot, man, what a day, man. I'll take this 39 degrees down here in Texas any day of the week over what y'all got up there. So, I might even turn the air conditioner on here pretty soon.
Hey, wait a minute now. Don't be pushing.
All them people in jail, they need to be released there, Steve. But, you go in there, you ask anybody in jail, they'll tell you, I didn't do what they said I did. I'm innocent. You don't let me loose there. And the bad thing is we can't give them a Hank Williams Jr. attitude adjustment there,
right?
So, well, all right, well, hang on. Let's talk about Canada here for a second. Well, was dark of the moon on the 6th of June in a Kenworth pulling log. Cowboy with Pete with a reefer on and a Jimmy hauling hog. Mercy sakes alive, we got ourselves a convoy. That's a good old song there. But most things a lot better than I do there, thank God. So I'm glad he come up with that good song there for you there.
That's pretty good, huh?
I read where the police in Ireland are investigating reports that the body of a dead man was brought to a post office in an attempt to collect his pension. So I don't think they gave it to him. I didn't get to read the whole article, so I mean, but that's pretty funny, you know, dragging a dead man along down there just to get his check.
I
right?
saw that headline.
Well,
looking to get his pension or something, right?
Yep. You know, people do anything nowadays, Steve. It's just really funny there, you know. Well, you ain't gonna believe what Tennessee done to me.
Now what have they done? What they do now, Knuckle Buster? Here we go. What happened?
Yeah, she bought me and her a personalized coaster, Steve, for my coffee cup there on the end table. If you know me, I spent 14 years in the Marine Corps, had a motor around about to take my head off one time, so I got both ears on the side of my head, but they don't work too well. And she bought me one that says, "My superpower, I can look you dead in the face and while you're talking and not hear a damn thing you say it." So, yeah, but you know what she bought herself? It's okay if you disagree with me. I can't force you to be right.
Yeah, that says it all. That's it.
Yeah, that's typical for a woman there, right? So I read a sign one time that says women are men's restroom to the left, women to the right, because women are always right. So that's all of my bull on in. Big Moose, get in the studio and record that thing, make some money off of it there, brother. Y'all have a great, blessed day, Mr. Steve Summer. That's all of my bull on it for right now. Buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Put Overnight Drive code in the checkout box. Buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Baseball cap, travel mugs, T-shirts, especially you women there, because I love seeing Steve's name in the bright lights there. All right, y'all have a great day, Steve.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. You do the same. Have a great morning. All right, well, I guess we're going to get an answer to one of the questions that have been asked on a number of occasions with the continued rising of autonomous vehicles. Question being, when an autonomous vehicle screws up and somebody gets injured or killed, no less, who is held responsible? Who do you go after? Who do you sue? Do you get to go after the manufacturer of the autonomous technology? Well, we'll get the rest of the story coming up. Tesla, though, is in the headline, making history once again. This time, an owner of a Model S is facing vehicular manslaughter charges. The first time felony charges have stemmed from a crash involving an automated driving system like Tesla's autopilot feature. Who gets to pay the price? More to come. First, a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I guess this is a first of its kind. In October, Los Angeles prosecutors filed a felony complaint against Kevin George Aziz Riyad. According to the complaint, 27-year-old Riyad was involved in a crash with Gilberto Lopez and Maria Lopez, both of whom were killed. 2 counts of vehicular manslaughter are pending against Riyad, including 1 felony count. The Associated Press reports this is the first time someone is facing felony charges in a crash involving a vehicle using an automated driving system such as autopilot. Although the charges were filed in October, apparently the case has just recently come to light. Now, there are examples of similar charges in other cases involving automated driving systems. However, those were under testing conditions, like the 2018 Uber crash that killed a pedestrian. Riyad's case is the first known felony case involving commercially available automated technology like autopilot. Court records show the crash occurred in December of 2019. Soon after, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announced they would investigate the crash, although the felony complaint does not mention autopilot. The investigation revealed that autopilot was on. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is expected to publish those findings soon. But according to the AP report, Riyad's Tesla was on autopilot when it left a freeway at a high rate of speed. The Tesla then ran a red light, slammed into the Honda Civic occupied by the Lopezes. Riyad had pleaded not guilty and is free on bail. Preliminary hearing scheduled for February 23rd. Now, Tesla's autopilot has been under scrutiny and federal investigations for several years. Last August, they opened an investigation into the autopilot and the traffic-aware cruise control systems. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's Office of Defects Investigation has identified 11 crashes since 2018 involving various Tesla models that were using the systems when these vehicles crashed into parked emergency vehicles. Then in February, the National Transportation Safety Board sent a letter to the Highway Traffic Safety Administration urging the federal government to focus on creating performance standards for collision avoidance systems, including automated driving systems. In November of 2020, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association also sent a letter to the Traffic Safety Administration expressing concerns over Tesla's full self-driving system. August of 2019, the National Transportation Safety Board issued a report blaming Autopilot for a 2018 crash involving a 2014 Tesla Model S and a 2006 Seagrave fire truck. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reminds the public that no commercially available vehicle today can drive itself. Whether a level 2 automated driving system is engaged or not, every available vehicle requires the human driver to be in control at all times, and all state laws hold the human driver responsible for the operation of their vehicles. Now, there are certain advanced driving assistance features that can promote safety by helping drivers avoid crashes and mitigate the severity of crashes that do occur, but as with all technologies and equipment on motor vehicles, the person behind the wheel must use them correctly and responsibly. So in this case, sounds like the individual behind the wheel is going to be the guilty party. Now, again, they have not reached, level 4, level 5 automated technology. It doesn't exist yet. And with that, let's get to Dingbat on board this morning. Hello, Dingbat.
Hey, how you doing this evening?
Happy Hump Day. Doing all right. What's going on tonight?
Well, I just want to give a shout out to Haley and Braindead. Hopefully Haley is listening. She said she's going to try, so we're going to see about that. But about Braindead was talking about that Smith technique from his work about move over.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. He has taught me that, and like he says, it's not only truck drivers, it's people in personal vehicles. I mean, I get jammed out through construction sites even. I'm like, really? Where's the common courtesy at?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's crazy out there. But, I mean, you never know.
I think it gets crazier with each passing day. Yep, Dingbat, you are correct. He also brought up it appears to be, when you can see whoever's behind the wheel in these cases, that many of them are people from other countries.
Yes. It's crazy. I'm like, what's going on? I mean, courtesy is courtesy.
Yeah,
I mean, for myself, I was like maybe 3 trucks ahead of me, even though I can't see, but I'm still keeping my eye open way ahead. And I'm courtesy of all truck drivers, even not only truck drivers, but people with personal vehicles.
Yeah.
Also, I want to tell Braindead, go Gators, because we're playing them Wednesday.
Okay, so you got your own little rivalry going on, huh?
Oh, yeah. So if y'all hear any screaming, don't freak out.
Okay. All right, Dingbat. Well, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in, and there you go. Be safe out there. Our number is 844-844-3388. Get a news break and come back with more. Hey, we've got plenty of room for you. Almost cleared out the lines. Eagles coming up next, and we'll be back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Ukrainians are preparing for a worst-case scenario.
Ukrainian leaders Tuesday sought to reassure the nation that a feared invasion from neighboring Russia was not imminent, as another shipment of American military equipment arrived this morning. Canada has sent financial support to Ukraine to shore up its defenses. Ukraine's former ambassador to Canada, Andrei Shevchenko, tells CBC Canada his country is calm in making preparations for the worst outcome.
Territorial defense system, which is designed to absorb people, civilians who are ready to defend the country. So I think people are getting ready for different scenarios, and we're ready to fight for every house and every street if necessary.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Pfizer and BioNTech announced Tuesday they would test an Omicron-specific vaccine candidate in healthy adults ages 18 to 55. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, a veterinarian physician and founder of Youngevity, great nutritional company, based on 90 for life. 90 essential nutrients, all vertebrates, whether you're a wombat, an elephant, a giraffe, an ostrich, a human being, a monkey, a cow, a dog, or a cat, doesn't matter. All vertebrates require 90 essential nutrients, 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. They help prevent birth defects. There are no genetic birth defects. That's my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. There are no genetically transmitted diseases. They're all nutritional deficiency diseases. That's why my thesis is in the Smithsonian Institute of Natural Treasure. I want you to get on the 90 for Life program, 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, 12 amino acids, 3 fatty acids. And don't forget the Rebound or sports drink. And don't forget, you need your immune system because of all this pandemic virus stuff going around. And so contact us at usaradiohealth.com. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs.
Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I just pulled up the current wind chill map out there. Brr, it's cold. And really some of the coldest temperatures in the entire nation are the eastern half of the country. I mean, you've got wind chills on the positive side, like in the 20s and teens on the plus side through much of Montana. By the time you get over to eastern North Dakota, you're getting into the 30 below range, approaching 40 below in northern portions of Minnesota tonight. Looking at north central Iowa, minus 35 at this hour. That's the wind chills again. Sub-zero, minus 20 up there in northern Indiana. Feels like 1 below in Cincinnati, about 2 below in Columbus at this hour. Feels like 7 as you step out the door in Lexington. Even down into, feels like 21 at this hour in Chattanooga, 27 in Atlanta. It's like 16 there in north. And now those are on the plus side, not minus, but I mean, very, very chilly night tonight. And there's another even colder Arctic shot that's going to be coming our way this upcoming weekend and into early next week. Look out. Good morning, Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, I wanted to finish up from my first call. I had told you I wanted to talk about the Texas border situation. I forgot all about that. Steve, as you know, the border down here in Texas is wide open. Down here where I live, Texas, where I live at. I'm gonna give some truck drivers some advice. People that might be going to Laredo, Texas. I go to Laredo once a week, and I'm just gonna give them some advice on what they need to do, because there is police and border patrol agents from Laredo all the way to San Antonio looking for people to pull over trucks, cars, whatever, looking for illegals that are being smuggled, trying to be smuggled into the U.S. of A. You gave a story, I think last week, about a guy who tried to drive through the checkpoint. I would say that's bad advice for anybody that's planning on doing that. When I left Laredo today, they had like about 10 trucks that have been seized by the U.S. government. If you get stopped at that checkpoint with any drugs or illegals in your vehicle, you will be taken to a jail, federal penitentiary, and your trucking career will come to an end. And your truck will be impounded and taken or seized by the U.S. government. Like I said, you think I'm lying? Just go down to Laredo, Texas, and you'll see about 10 truck drivers that thought that it was a game, and they ended up losing their CDL license and their freedom too. So if you're thinking about trying to bring some people into the USA, you better think again. So because like I said, Steve, it's wall-to-wall protection all the way. Like I said, we finally got a governor in the state of Texas. I'll give this man. As a matter of fact, I want to say this before I forget. I will be at that rally in Houston, Texas, that you updated a couple of minutes ago with Donald Trump. I will be at that rally in Houston, Texas, this weekend. I promise you that. And because Donald Trump, he needs all the support he can get to get back in that White House. And I advise anybody else that if he comes to a city or town near you, you need to make sure that you attend that rally to make sure that we get Trump back in this White House to get this country turned around again. So I just wanted to make that note. But yeah, like I said, Steve, it's wall to wall. State troopers all the way from all the way from Laredo to San Antonio, Border Patrol agents looking for people. And, I just want to give some people some hints that they can do when you in Laredo, Texas. One thing that you never leave your truck door unlocked. I see a lot of guys when they go into the truck stop at the fuel pump, as I was fueling my truck up today, they leave the truck running, windows down. Anybody can jump in your truck and drive right off while you inside the truck stop and make their way on out of town with your truck while you inside the truck stop. Also, if you have an empty trailer and you in Laredo, that's probably the worst mistake you can make. You need to put a padlock on it, whether it's empty or not, because anybody can easily put some people in the back of your truck. You inside the truck stop grabbing a Burger King or whatever you get, and they could be 10 to 15, 20 illegals jump in the back of your trailer, and you pull out of the parking lot, and you don't even know these people in your truck. So my advice is to put a padlock on your trailer when you in Laredo before you leave town. And you also need to make sure you check the cab of the underside and the rear of your cab, because these people will hop on the back of your truck while you're inside the truck stop and try to hit your ride. And the number one thing you don't want to do, Steve, when you're down in a border area town, is pick up a hitchhiker, because guess what? More than likely, that hitchhiker is not of U.S. citizenship. Yep. So those are those things that'll save you a lot of problems if you go into any of these border cities, because things are getting crazy. Like I said, Steve, I've seen it myself in San Antonio, Texas. People still talking about Joe Biden and his ghost planes and ghost buses with these illegals. Joe Biden is still bringing people into the U.S. under cover of night. I've seen it myself in San Antonio, Texas. A couple of weeks ago, I was in downtown San Antonio, close to the Greyhound bus station, Steve, and I saw a Greyhound bus pull in, and I saw all these people get off of this bus. And I was wondering to myself, all of them looked like they were Mexican descent. I didn't see not one American that looked like get off that bus. And guess what? All those people went inside the bus station. They went inside and right out the front door and never came back in. They were free to go on their own in San Antonio. They were lit off of that Greyhound bus, and they were free to do whatever the hell they want to do in the city of San Antonio. I've seen other truck drivers probably can attest to this too, Steve. I've seen a lot of Greyhound buses go into truck stops. I've seen Greyhound buses pull into truck stops and let these people off the bus, and not one of these people speaks drop of English, and you see these same people walk right out the front door of that truck stop, never to be seen again, into the streets of America. So, like I said, we have no immigration system here in the United States. We've completely lost it. Joe Biden and his people are doing exactly what they wanted to do, Steve. They're trying to get a new voting base in the United States of America. They know that no American in their right mind would vote for Joe Biden in 2024, so they have to bring people in south of the border that are looking for a handout from the government of the United States. Those are the only people stupid enough to vote for Joe Biden in 2024. So it's up to the American people to put a stop to it. And I will say this one more time. I will be at that Donald Trump rally in Houston, Texas on Saturday night. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. And we will anticipate a full report next week when we get things underway once again. All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Hey, they just released the video yesterday, as a matter of fact. Speaking of buses dropping people off, illegals that would be, not just people, all over the country. Fox News had an exclusive, which, again, the video showing large numbers of single adult illegals being released and transported into the U.S. in Texas. From a small, unmarked office in a parking lot, the video was caught by Fox News on Sunday. But the footage shows several federally contracted buses dropping off dozens of mostly male migrants at a parking garage in Brownsville, Texas. They had black tarps set up with a makeshift sign that says, Border Patrol Drop-Off. Fox witnessed men go into a small, unmarked office, then reemerge moments later as multiple taxi cabs then showed up to collect the migrants, who were then shuttled off to nearby Harlingen Airport. There were no children or family groups getting off the bus. Several of the migrants told Fox News they had crossed illegally that morning, paying approximately $2,000 per person to cartel smugglers. They also said they were flying to destinations including Miami, Houston, and Atlanta. Now, here's the key. Single adults are supposed to be being expelled via the Title 42 public health protections. The Biden administration kept Title 42 in place, but they're not applying it to unaccompanied children or most families. However, this was busloads of single adults, which have been for a long time the easiest category of migrant to deport. Now, they actually got an admission in a statement to Fox News. The city of Brownsville said their Office of Emergency Management, through federal assistance from FEMA, is working to facilitate, quote, the transfer of these migrants to their final destination, allowing them to use services to contact their families, NGOs, or a taxi cab. They confirmed the parking garage serves as a staging area for migrants to be given travel information and to facilitate their transfer to their final destinations. They can also be given a health screening there, according to a spokesperson. Customs and Border Protection said their agency was not involved in the release. An Immigration and Customs Enforcement source who viewed the footage say they believed it was an ICE release. Now, this just as the Customs and Border Protection officially released their December border numbers. We shared those last evening. We saw a 159% increase in December of 21 versus December of 2020. Now, the Biden administration obviously struggling with the crisis at the border. I don't know how you can say they're struggling. They're not doing any damn thing. Now, they've reestablished the Trump-era MPP, Migrant Protection Protocols, because the court ordered the dismantling of the program was unlawful. So last week, the program, which is supposed to see these migrants returned to Mexico, it was expanded to the Rio Grande Valley sector. The returns are set to take place through the Brownsville port of entry, but so you got one story coming saying that they're sending them back, then the video, and then the admission from Brownsville that's saying, we're allowing them to get a taxi cab, apparently giving them, are they giving them tickets for their airline, for their flights, where their final destination is going to be. And it's not unaccompanied minors, and it's not family units, mostly adult males. Get a quick time out there. Representative Babin spoke this past day, and he said, Biden has literally turned his back on the border crisis. And this is harming virtually every American as we see the dramatic increase in illegal drugs, disease, the crime. It is incredible. We've got this many people coming across our borders that are unvetted and untested. I mean, it's the worst year in history for our country. And the President of the United States seems to just turn his back on the American people over and over again. More coming up in 2. Meanwhile, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see. What else did Babin have to say? These illegals are putting an enormous burden on local and county governments, our school districts, our police departments, who are already under assault through the Democrats' defunding. We've got a crime wave sweeping the nation. I think you can trace a lot of that back to this open border policy. They go then into the December numbers, which we've already shared that a couple of times. All right, Biden and Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas have simply turned their backs on American citizens. It's hard to imagine, and then the president not wanting to answer questions about any of the crisis he's created. Biden's use of an expletive toward Fox News' Peter Doocy, where he called him a dumb son of a bitch the other day when he asked a question about inflation. It's unbelievable we have a president like this. Now, I went on to say Republicans should campaign on the border issue in this year's midterm elections because every state is a border state with this influx of millions. It's not like it's something impacting California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. The whole not in my backyard. Well, it's happened in 2000. No, they're hopping on planes and they're headed to a community near you. in your backyard. And then there was Representative Buddy Carter of Georgia, who said, hang on, once we get to the midterms, the southern border will be secured. We're going to take back the majority in the House. We're confident of that. We're not overconfident. We're going to make sure it happens. And when that is accomplished, we will put the pressure on this administration to secure our border. Now, the likelihood of the Republicans taking that majority continues to increase. The very latest just this past day, Tennessee's longtime Representative Jim Cooper, the latest in a growing line of House Democrats announcing they're not going to run for re-election this November. I believe he becomes the 29th Democrat. Now, he blames redistricting, saying that after 32 years in office, I will be leaving Congress. The essence of this letter is blunt in describing how Cooper's announcing his retirement now so others who may aspire to campaign would have more time to prepare for the race. Now, in 2020, he wasn't even opposed. He ran unopposed. The theme of the letter is Republican revenge. In his own words, he says, despite my strength at the polls, I could not stop the General Assembly from dismembering Nashville. No one tried harder to keep our city whole. I explored every possible way, including lawsuits, to stop the gerrymandering and win one of the 3 new congressional districts that now divide Nashville. There is no way, at least for me in this election cycle, but there may be a path for other worthy candidates. So they go on, the news now means 29 House Democrats will not be seeking re-election. 14 Republicans will either be leaving politics or seeking office elsewhere. So the Republican Party needs just 10 Democrat-held districts to take that majority. You do the math. You got 29 that aren't even going to seek re-election. Republicans only have to take 10, and it's, who knows, it's up to 29 now with Cooper's announcement. By the time November rolls around, how many might it be? I mean, that number could continue to grow. All right, almost you got a couple minutes before we get top of the hour news updates. So, hang in there, Rambler. Got you coming up next. We'll get back with the Chevy guy and room for you at 844-3388. Hello to Billy the Kid. It's 5 degrees and I'm froze, he said. Morning, Steve. Just getting ready to head out to Muncie. To get a load going to Niles, Ohio. I can't believe how cold it is this morning. Big Orange is idling in the driveway. I'm going to let it warm up before I go back outside. Man, everybody stay safe and stay warm. Yep, it's cold. You ain't a kidding about that. What are we down to now? Looks like we've dropped into the single digits officially. Cincinnati International Airport at 8 degrees on the plus side. And yes, I can vouch for that wind chill being below 0 this morning. I think our wind chill is supposed to be in the 5 to 10 below range. All right. Well, hey, where can you get your free N95 masks? You know, even the late night comedians, which I don't get to see most of those. I just happened to be passing through the room the other night, and I can't remember who. I can't even remember which one was on, but kind of making fun of the fact that after 2 years of due diligence by this administration, it comes down to this. Everybody gets 4 free tests and 3 N95 masks. Way to beat a pandemic. Now, that's the late night comedians. But yes, so here we go. Everybody gets a free N95. Last week, they started shipping and arriving at pharmacies and grocers. Throughout the week, the number of stores with the N95s arriving will be scaled up significantly, according to an administration official this past day. Masks are already set up for distribution at some Ivy and Meyer grocery stores in the Midwest. More coming into southeastern grocery stores later this week. An Ivy spokeswoman says, I can confirm we've begun receiving and distributing our first shipments of N95 masks from Health and Human Services Friday, the 21st. We've received many positive comments from customers who were happy to have the masks, and we're distributing them so quickly. We have masks available at all locations that have received them so far. 400 million masks to be distributed by pharmacies and health centers, and it's supposed to be in full swing nationwide by early February. And we'll come back at it right after this top of the hour news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
In a year where many Democrats are choosing to retire or not run for re-election, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced on Twitter she's throwing her hat in the ring again.
We don't agonize, we organize. And that is why I am running for re-election to Congress and respectfully seek your support.
Pelosi will turn 82 in March. The U.S. is prepared to impose export controls on critical sectors of the Russian economy if it invades Ukraine. President Joe Biden also discussed the 8,500 troops that are on high alert.
No reason for anyone and any member of NATO to worry whether or not NATO would come to their defense.
And the COVID-19 booster push in the U.S. is losing steam. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports 40% of fully vaccinated Americans have received a booster dose. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listeners Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
A judge granted a stay in an appeal over mask mandates in New York, keeping the rule in effect during the legal process, according to the state attorney general. On Monday, a judge had struck down the state's mask mandate 1 week before it was due to expire. The state attorney general filed a motion to stay the ruling to put it on hold while the state filed a formal appeal. Pfizer and BioNTech announced Tuesday they would test an Omicron-specific vaccine candidate in healthy adults ages 18 to 55. The company said there would be 3 trials examining different regimens of the current Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for an Omicron-based vaccine. Health officials have described the Omicron variant as fast-spreading, but with less severe symptoms. Pencils down, so to speak. The SAT exam will move to a digital format. Administrators announced Tuesday test takers will now be allowed to use their own laptops or tablets. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Asian shares are mixed in muted trading, and many stayed on the sidelines ahead of a U.S. Federal Reserve meeting. That will indicate how aggressive it will be in fighting inflation. Japan's benchmark Nikkei 225 fell in morning trading, while shares gained in South Korea and China. Trading was closed in Australia for Australia Day. Stocks closed lower on Wall Street after another volatile day of trading. The city of Houston, Texas, is outraged over crime and the setting of low bonds.
Crime Stoppers of Houston claims more than 150 Harris County residents have been killed by suspects released on bond since 2018. Houston Councilman Michael Kobosh blames the judges who are giving affordable bonds to these offenders on Fox News.
The judges aren't taking in consideration the violent criminal history of these offenders, and they're releasing them back into the community on either an extremely low bond or a taxpayer-funded free bond without any supervision. They go right back into the community.
Harris County settling a lawsuit back in 2019 that accused the county of discriminating against poor defendants. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Nancy Police, co-founder of her namesake pizza restaurants in Chicago, died Thursday at the age of 87. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, final hour off and rolling here. What are we looking at on a hump day? Hey, Mike. Craig sends me an email, a couple of emails. Now, come on, Steve. Midterms, just vote in Republicans and they'll fix the border? If you believe that, you must believe in the Easter Bunny. They'll all go to Washington to feather their nests. I mean, they had their chance when Trump was in office. Always campaigning for the next election. I don't know, Craig. I mean, honestly, look back. What were the numbers that were coming in under the Trump administration? I mean, we were in the process. Had to fight the fight, come hell or high water, finding roundabout ways to get any money appropriated to build a wall because the Democrats fought tooth and nail to prevent that from happening. Anything and everything Republicans tried to do was immediately taken to the courts by the Democrats, suing. Oh, no, you can't send them back into Mexico to make them stay there. Every policy they tried to implement. And, of course, the courts were finding in favor of allowing Trump and the Republicans to accomplish as much as they did. Had Biden not immediately pulled the funding for that border wall, where I guess they had millions of dollars worth of steel and equipment ready for those segments to go up. They're all, I guess, they're just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere. I mean, how much more wall could have been built by this point in time? You're right. The Republicans don't fix everything. But I don't think we'd be anywhere. Just, again, look at the numbers from 2019 versus 2020 and where they've gone since then, and even 2020 into 21. I mean, every month the numbers are doubling year over year. It wouldn't be that way if the Democrats weren't in control. So just my 2 cents on that. Now we've got Jim checking in this morning. Morning, Steve. He said, just wanted to let everybody know I'm doing my part in pandemic precautionary preparedness. I'm wearing a coat to keep my neighbors from freezing. I'm eating my breakfast to keep my neighbors from starving to death. And I'm wearing a diaper just in case the neighbors crap their pants. But somehow I misplaced my mask. Damn it. Anyway, great show. Hey, you're doing your part. That's right. Don't forget those diapers because, yes, your neighbor may just accidentally crap their pants. You got to be prepared. All right, meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Promise we get to Rambler first out of the box this hour. Hello, Rambler.
Well, praise God and hello, Steve, and that's a perfect segue into what I'm about to say. Because not only did Joe Biden just turn his back on America, he bent over and sharded on us as well.
Yeah.
So, perfect segue. Well, he did. Then during the news break, I heard the news that that old wicked witch Pelosi's going to run again.
She's changed her mind. Yep.
I have no idea why. I mean, the poor woman. I mean, my God, she's done Botox herself to death. Why don't she just move down to Florida and call it quits? I don't know. So, I guess what the Word of God says: for the love of money is the root of all evil. But anyways, and one more thing: if you are a new driver, or you ain't never been to the border, you need to go back and listen to everything Mr. Eagle said, because that was very valuable advice that Eagle gave you. And you need to write every word down, or if you don't want to write it, grab your iPhone, go to your notes app, and put it down in your notes, and remember what Mr. Eagle said. And Eagle, I hope you have fun at that Trump rally. I went to the Trump rally when he came to Mobile, Alabama. And so it's a pretty good rally. But how about Ricky Roadway?
How about that?
That really popped me when you brought him on. That's a blast from the past, ain't it?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes.
Yes, it's good to hear Ricky. I remember when he retired. I remember when he called your dad's show, and he announced his retirement. And, he spent a lot of years with Roadway before Yellow bought him out. And all the time, him and old Freddie the Freeloader going at it, all the time, constantly. And I want to point out to Sylvester, I like to know what Australia Day is. I think it's has to be kind of like our Independence Day, but I did hear Sylvester's call last night. He was talking about Yoda. And one thing you don't see that I saw Yoda doing, whether you agreed with him or you didn't agree with him, Yoda was a good conservationist, because he would go and tell you where he was at, which truck stop. He would cook you breakfast. Only thing he required is you help clean up the truck stop parking lot. And if you've been in a truck stop parking lot, it could be quite nasty. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
But I remember you told me that we lost Yoda, but I didn't know that anniversary of that passing was, the day before yesterday.
8 years.
So, 8 years. It don't even seem like it.
I know.
But, hearing Ricky Roadway call up, and, I want to put this out there, and I want to just, if someone could get through to Hollywood, and you read the monkey story, got me thinking about Maverick. Matter of fact, it got me to thinking that did Maverick have anything to do with the monkeys wrecking like that? But anyway, if someone could get out there and get a hold to Hollywood, get a hold to Maverick, I know they're up in years now. I mean, Hollywood's probably in the 70s. It wouldn't hurt them just to call in one time, about like what Ricky Roadway did at the top of the hour, beginning of the show. Just call in, and we like to hear from them. So I know someone knows how to get a hold of both them, Maverick and Hollywood, have them call in and check in with us. Before I get off here, I know you got Chevy Guy waiting. I want to give a shout out to Martha Jett, Cat Mom, and I also want to say hello to Chris and Lucy Orndorff. known as Gilligan. We need to be praying for Cat Mom's mother, Pauline Jett. She's 83. She has pneumonia. And as she's described to me, as a tough farm girl from West Virginia. And, of course, we know that Gilligan and Marianne have COVID. And I hope they're recovering fine. And, you know, and before I get off here, I want to speak from my heart. And I really mean every word I'm about to say. Now, Steve, there's a lot of lonely people. And just not truck drivers. You know, a lot of your listening audience don't even drive a truck. Steve, I've heard from them. They've reached out to me. I've talked to them. And a lot of these people, you know, they're lonely. And I want to just tell you right now, whether you're holding a steering wheel or whether you're listening to this show right now, number one, you are worth something. So quit thinking that you're not worth nothing. You are worth something in God's eyes. And number two, you know, you may not have heard the words, I love you, in a long time. And I know some of you may have lost your parents. Some of you may have, you know, whatever's happened to your marriage, it may have been dissolved, whatever. You may not think no one loves you. Well, that's malarkey. I know Joe Biden don't care for you, but you know Brother Rambler does. And I love you. You know, and Steve, if Jesus Christ can go to the cross and die for me and die for the whole world and show that kind of love, I know if Jesus can love someone, I know I can love someone. I want to let people know that I love them. You may never hear those words, but you're going to hear it from me that I love you. Steve, my brother, I love you. Man, I wish I could get up with you. If we ever get over there to Dallas, we definitely have to get over there to Joe T. Garcia's, and you have to eat the best Mexican food you'll ever eat in your entire life. 10-4?
I love me some real Mexican food. Yes, sir. All right.
That's right.
And as far as,
Steve,
getting a hold of Hollywood, I know Judy used to listen when I was on at 700. She's a friend of mine on Facebook. I'm not sure if she still listens to the program from time to time on the new platform or not, but yeah, she is a friend on Facebook, and right there, just before Christmas time, she stood there on the camera and did a beautiful montage of Christmas songs, just singing to the background music. Judy's got a beautiful voice, but I'm sure
she does.
Judy, tell Hollywood, tell Ricky to give us a call.
Yes, and at one time, I want to say it was in 03, maybe 04. I know Hollywood helped produce it, but there was an album that Judy released. Do you remember that? She released an album.
Yes.
And yes, and I heard a couple of songs. And yes, and this sweet lady, God bless her, I love her to death. She's been, I think, blind since birth, and just has a phenomenal voice. Could really sing, and really loves Hollywood. And I know Hollywood really loves her. And yeah, I would love to be able to have him call in and see what kind of scheme or scam. He's got to be doing something illegal at all times.
Yes.
But you know what I would like to hear? If he could just call in and give one more story of how him and Wolfman Jack used to try to fire up that locomotive that they try to power that radio station with. If they could just call up and give us another Wolfman Jack story, man, I would love to hear that,
All right. Well, maybe. You never know. Miracles do still happen, so maybe one of these days he'll give us a ring. It's been a long time, but yeah, I think he's retired from pretty much everything else. But with that, we're looking at 19 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. And yes, Judy, according to her profile there on Facebook, she's still a teacher there at the Arkansas School for the Blind. And the album, now you see, Rambler, this is how far back in time we're going. I don't recall how many years ago the last time I got to actually attend the Great American Truck Show in Dallas, because I mean that show was still going on, and for a half dozen years, iHeart was cutting back on budgets, and it cost too much money, to fly somebody down to be there in Dallas. So Squirrel pretty much, he would have to find his own sponsor to pick up the cost of a hotel and an airline ticket to go down there to even try to represent us. But the last time myself and the Princess were there at the Great American Truck Show, that's where we picked up a couple of copies of Judy Ricky's CD at the time. And just, speaking of which, I remember, I think I gave her a $20 bill, and the change was going to be like $5. Totally blind. She gets her wallet out of her purse, and she's going through her money, and I'm like, how do you know? How do you know if it's a 5 or a 10 or what? And she was explaining it. It's the way the bills are folded. Everything, a 5 is going to be folded this way, a 10 is going to be folded that way, and she can feel and know the way everything is positioned in her wallet, and she pulled out a 5 and gave me the change. Just amazing. All right, we'll be back in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an email here from Push to Start with us this morning. I said, hey, Steve, 7 degrees here. Let me see. He said, any chance of getting the big moose in the studio, like for an in-person visit one of these nights during the show? Anyway, I loved the new tune there. I'm en route to Hoboken, New Jersey. Great show as usual from Push to Start. You know, if we really wanted to, I bet he'd probably jump in that big RV and make a trip down to join us in studio anytime. We'll have to do that sometime. Absolutely. Now, he'd be a hoot to have in the studio, wouldn't he? Now, of course, he'd have to watch his mouth a little bit. I mean, because he can give you one-liner after one-liner after. He could be a stand-up comedian. But A lot of them one-liners can be a little, sketchy, if you know what I mean. Got to give it the PG-13 version, I guess, at best. Can't do the after midnight comedy show on the cruise. All right, Chevy Guy, yeah, he's on the line here. Let me jump over here and you got, Chevy Guy? Hey there.
Oh, hey, yeah, anybody don't want to listen to the Chevy Guy a second time, jump on there. I'm pretty sure Steve will put you in ahead of me. I'm good listening to him on the phone or on the Facebook app. So, and I just one thing. Eagle mentioned about guys leaving their trucks on the fuel island and walking off. I actually had a guy walk up to me after I fueled up that nightmare I had, that Colombian. It cost the company so much money. And, of course, I had my cell phone. If it got stolen, I have to call the balls to get all that tracking on it, so they didn't know. But I looked him square in the face, and I said, buddy, if somebody steals that Colombian, all I can say is there goes a perfectly good coffee cup. And I think after a year and after I stayed in it longer than anybody, suffered through it, tow trucks, broke down on the side of the road, run for a month, and then break down all over the place again and go down the road at 65 miles an hour on a 70-mile-an-hour road in a rainstorm, and then it dives down to 45 miles an hour as fast as you go. Lord, they finally got that sucker sold, I believe. Finally, I think at this time my employer really agreed with me. They went a perfectly good coffee cup. The issue about Russia and the oil, if you listen to Norway is one of them that was threatening Russia very loudly over sanctions. But you wonder, Norway is a major oil producer in Europe. You could think they could sanction Russia on oil supplies, equipment, manpower, and technology to cripple their oil industry. And if we put a sanction on their oil, then how we don't get their oil. But what it would do would put Europe would have to go into the other markets, i.e. Nigeria, where we get our oil there, Canadian oil, American oil, and Mexico. So, it would put more pressure on all of us, and that's how that would end up jacking up. Of course, the guys in the three-piece suits and the high-rises down in the commodities market would be the ones that would jack it up even faster than anything. But that's how that would work. But yeah, I just wanted you made mention that you're not sure how much oil we get from Russia. I think it would be the pressure on the market. But but Norway was making its biggest threat. Obviously, Germany's keeping as quiet as can be. They want to keep their friends in the Russian market because that's where they get their oil and their gas on them pipelines. Mm-hmm. So, that's what we have to face. And other than that, I just wanted to clarify that little bit right there. And like I said, Lindsey Graham ain't said a word in a long time, and all of a sudden he's out there hollering, making a war cry.
Yep.
So,
yep.
Guys, I voted for at the primary. I voted for anybody but him every single time, but I got to vote Republican at the main, in the main election.
Yep.
But I'm so ashamed of. All right. Other than that, go sit back and copy the rest of the mail. Be ready for the copy of the mail tomorrow morning, Tim Board.
There you go. Thank you very much, Chevy Guy. Have a great morning. All right, we're rolling toward bottom of the hour news break. Want to jump on board? Hey, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, Al, so here we're looking at, we've seen one clipper after another clipper, and next little system, beginning to fill in. We're looking at some of that snow beginning to fill in there, especially in the Texas Panhandle region, on over into parts of New Mexico this morning, where we do have some winter weather advisories, and it's a relatively small area, but they do have even winter storm warnings. Now, let me zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, things beginning to fill in. Snow kind of pushing into the Amarillo area. Yeah, Dumas, Texas, where it's some call Dumbass, Texas. But Dumas, Texas. On up into Guyman, Oklahoma there in the Oklahoma Panhandle region. Yeah, still some snow falling back toward Santa Fe, New Mexico. Not seeing anything in Albuquerque just yet, but you get west of Albuquerque along I-40. Yep, beginning to see some snow falling in that region, I think. Heatwave said there it is, home 20. What are they talking, 3 to 5 inches in the forecast? All right, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. is prepared to impose export controls on critical sectors of the Russian economy if Russian President Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine. President Joe Biden also discussed the 8,500 troops that are on high alert.
We have a sacred obligation, Article 5 obligation to our NATO allies. If in fact we continued the buildup and or was to move, we would be reinforcing those troops. No reason for anyone and any member of NATO to worry whether or not NATO would come to their defense.
Various uncertainties are leading investors to sell stocks. The S&P 500 has dropped nearly 10% from its record set on the first trading day of the year, the biggest setback for Wall Street since its collapse during the start of the pandemic. The U.S. Central Bank is moving away from its easy money policies and preparing to raise interest rates. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. Hump Day, midweek here already. Yes, 26th day of January. I got an honest question for you. Yeah, a point to ponder. Tell me if I'm way off base. Why is the United States, why is Joe Biden so concerned about the border of Ukraine with Russia when he appears to have absolutely no concern of our border, the United States with Mexico? Now, here's the question, the point to ponder. Yeah, whether it's 100,000, quote, troops that have amassed along the border with Ukraine, if it's 150,000, or Sylvester said it's like more like 400,000 within 90 mile of the border. What if? Oh, let's take the 400,000. What if every one of those 400,000 Russians put down their weapons and just waltzed across the border into Ukraine? Now saying we have no ill intention here. We're just, we're coming in for a better way of life, Would that be considered an invasion? And would we allow that to go without offering any help to prevent 400,000 from just illegally marching into that country? I mean, folks, we had 1.5 million or 1.75 million people just waltz into this country, and those are the official numbers. They waltzed into this country. All right, they weren't bearing arms, but they're here. And Biden seems to have no concerns whatsoever. No, matter of fact, we'll help you out. We'll get you a bus ticket. We'll get you a taxi cab. We'll get you a flight. Where do you want to go? And when you get there, we'll set you up on some assistance. Oh, you've got some friends and family that are being held up on the other side of the border. Well, we'll take American taxpayer dollars and we'll actually send some of those funds to get you some legal representation to help them get into this damn country. Does that not make you feel abandoned by your own country? I mean, that's pretty much what they've done. This administration, in the first damn year of Joe Biden and Democrat leadership, well over 1.5 million It may be closer to 2.5. Did they not say it was like 1,700,000? I forget the numbers that they actually apprehended at the border, and then it was somewhere well over 500,000 of what they called gotaways. They saw them on camera, they saw them with surveillance, with drones, but the resources were stretched so thin. We see them out there. There's 20, there's 50, there's 100. They got away. Have no idea who they are. We've been abandoned by our own government. Or does it not feel like being abandoned? Because you're still here, you're in the United States, we're okay, right? It's no problem. Yeah, we know this administration, this leadership, they wouldn't give two farts about abandoning somewhere else in the world. Yeah, what happened in Afghanistan? I want you to think back. What was it? However, 6-8 months ago, whatever, how much time has passed. And this administration was lying to us on a daily basis through the mainstream media. We've got this cutoff. We've got this deadline. All right, there's like 500 Americans left, and if they don't get to the airport, they're going to be on their own. Oh, it's more like 400 today. Oh, now we're down to a couple hundred left. Then you listen to other reports, and they're saying, hey, there's thousands of Americans still there. There's thousands trying to get to the airport. They can't do it. Since this administration has literally abandoned those people and allowed the likes of the Taliban to take control once again in that country, we're still, that being the good, red, white, and blue, American-loving citizens and veterans, spending untold funds and risking their lives to try to help get those Americans out of Afghanistan still to this day. I'll share with you the numbers just released on Tuesday. A group of U.S. military veterans helping 189 U.S. citizens and legal residents evacuate Afghanistan since the last official withdrawal from the country. Project Dynamo, which is being funded primarily by donations, and it's U.S. citizens and veterans, not this administration, helping U.S. citizens, allies, and legal residents get the hell out of that country since they were abandoned. That same group actually helped evacuate more than 2,000 people before the official withdrawal window collapsed back in late August. Brian Stern is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient who co-founded Project Dynamo. He said, to rescue an American, you can't put a value on it. You just can't. Just last week, the group evacuated 23 citizens and legal residents. It was 12 adults and 11 children. And he said more and more are trickling up every day. I was a September 11 of 2001 first responder in the Army. I was in Afghanistan when bin Laden was killed. 20 years later, I'm still dealing with this problem. A State Department spokesperson said the department is still assisting, this is the funny part, we still are assisting 479 U.S. citizens and 450 legal residents. Well, hell, when that last plane flight exited Afghanistan, it was supposed to be less than 500 then. And we've got hundreds of additional out, and we're still talking close to 1,000. Who lied to who? Now, they said, we're working with a few dozen U.S. citizens and their families who've indicated they are prepared to depart. In addition to those prepared to depart, we are in touch with another 150 or so who aren't quite ready to leave at this point in time or don't want to leave. Some, why they'd want to stay, I don't know. Then again, if you may have been an interpreter. You've been there all your life. You assisted the U.S. military during the 20 years we were on the ground there, and your entire family may reside there. If you exited, I could understand that, but who lied to who? And why is this administration still? I mean, we're hearing where we're successfully extracting people with the likes of veterans and volunteers. But where's the administration on this? Where's our leadership here in this country? Well, we're all more than anything, we're focused on protecting the Ukrainian border right now. Something just doesn't seem right. All right, about 15 before the hour. It is 844-844-3380. That's just a point to ponder. Honest question. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Again, Pappy asked a valid question as well, talking about those, well over 1.5 million that just waltzed into this country. Of course, they weren't bearing arms, but again, we don't know who the hell they are. How many of them, what percentage of those that have crossed indeed do have bad intentions for our country? I mean, what percentage would it take to be a really bad thing? I mean, how about maybe 1/100th of 1%? Because how many individuals did it take to cause the death and destruction on September 11 of 2001 to this country? How many did it take? Less than 24. And do you honestly believe of the 1.5 million that waltzed in 2021, less than that? There's probably hundreds, if not thousands, that would actually have some ill intentions to harm this United States of America. But they're here. And Vic made a valid point. He said, don't forget, Steve, the Bidens actually have a financial and political stake in the Ukraine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that little deal that was made between, President's son. He sat on the board of directors at one of those Ukrainian oil companies, did he not? All right, from a little piece from Reason.com, while we're on the topic, kind of saying, don't underestimate, or rather don't, I should say, exaggerate what's at stake in Ukraine. American military aid worth more than $200 million has now reached Ukraine. The weapons dump has been justified a few different ways. The idea that it's going to change Putin's mind, or the notion that it'll give the Ukrainian military a real chance against potential invaders. Last year, we sent $650 million worth of weapons and military equipment to Ukraine, the most since 2014, and it clearly has not deterred Putin from surrounding Ukraine on three fronts. It's hard to believe more equipment being shipped into Ukraine is going to do the trick, Suddenly he's going to change his mind. Oh, they're so well equipped, right? Now, he said, Michael Brendan in the National Review says, defending Ukraine has never been about Ukraine. It is about defending liberal world order. The chief argument of the Russian hawks, like former president of the World Peace Foundation, Robert Rothberg, is that failing to protect Ukraine from Russia would mean the U.S. is dishonoring those who fought in World War II, that the U.S. would be putting their hard-earned superpower status at risk. This, he says, is an exaggeration of disastrous magnitude. The world is paying a high price for relying on a flawed theory of world politics. Russia sees Ukraine as a strategic imperative. Ukraine will never be as high on American list of foreign policy priorities as it is on Russia's. And the situation in that region will never become a fight to crown the next global superpower. Ukraine is not yet a member of NATO. Preventing Ukraine from joining is Putin's top priority. He also wishes to shut down any further expansion of NATO. There are some serious disagreements between member nations right now, best viewed by Germany refusing to send weapons, about how to treat Ukraine due to differing attitudes toward Moscow. Getting heavily involved in Ukraine would distract NATO from its more challenging adversary in one China. All right, flip the page back just a little bit here. Look at the numbers, of course. You got Senator Chris Coons this past week who said, we need to implement the sort of sanctions that we used to bring Iran back to the table. Well, my friends, Russia is not Iran. Russia controls a significant portion of the global energy market. Nearly 40% of Europe's gasoline imports. So to implement Iran-like measures against them would have a disastrous effect. Now you look back, we implemented economic sanctions on Russia in 2014. What did you get? Nothing. When they invaded Crimea, it was futile. There's no reason to believe that they would provide a deterrent now any different than they would have in 2014, which they didn't. More often than not, U.S. sanctions hurt American economic interest without changing the target's behavior in the very slightest. It all gets very confusing, but yes, Vic, you are correct. Yeah, the Bidens do have a actual financial interest there in Ukraine. Or maybe better yet, George Soros investments over there. All right, just about to wrap things up here. I think, Eagle had a final word this Wednesday morning. Go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, I'll probably have to finish up tomorrow night. But, I wanted to say this, Steve. I thought you was joking around. Anytime Joe Biden says something, I got to get in on the deal. You say, I looked it up on Google. I can't believe that Joe Biden. What would have happened if Donald Trump would have called a reporter a dumb SOB? They would have raised all kind of hell. Nancy Pelosi probably would have started impeachment processes. Yep. Like I say, I'll go into more detail on this tomorrow, but that's a complete embarrassment. Joe Biden, he's the last person in the world to call somebody stupid. That guy there will go down in history as the dumbest man to ever step in the White House. That's a complete insult. And the only reason he said that about that guy is because he's the only reporter that's got the guts to ask him the tough questions and that coward doesn't want to ask. And that's the reason why he said what he wanted to say what he said. What'd you say?
I said, you are 100% correct. Yes, and I mean, for 4 years, they were all, everybody was in a tizzy about Donald Trump and those mean things he said, all those mean tweets. But Joe Biden calls an actual Fox News reporter a dumb son of a bitch, and what do they say? Nothing.
Yeah, they don't say nothing about it. But like I say, I'll go into detail with you tomorrow night. But I guarantee you, if Donald Trump said something like that, they would be raising all kind of hell on CNN, television, MSNBC. Everybody would be calling for Donald Trump to be impeached out of the White House. I guarantee you that. And I'll call you back tomorrow.
All right, Eagle. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate you listening in. I guess you try to get a few hours rest now, right? All right, there you go. All right, we'll close it out here on Wednesday, hump day, midweek upon us already. Yeah, another cold day. And again, if you get travel plans, the region of concern for your day today, it's going to be down in parts of New Mexico, northeastern and on over into western Texas, the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Yeah, definitely going to be some travel difficulties there. Elsewhere, most of the country looking pretty good, just downright bitterly cold, bundle up, find a way to stay warm there. And we'll probably have maybe a better handle, we being the actual forecasters, the meteorologists will have a better handle on the impending weekend storm by the time we get into tonight's program, Wednesday night, Thursday morning, because obviously it's going to be much closer time-wise, and the model should be a bit closer in agreement. Who's going to see what? Is it going to be a nasty nor'easter? Will it impact the eastern seaboard well inland? Or will it hug the coast? We'll, again, break it down. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Thanks so much for being a part of the program. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.